Welcome back to U.S. Cellular Field on a red-hot afternoon. The finale of a three-game series with the first-place Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers 7.5 games in front of the San Francisco Giants in the NL West. In the Central, the White Sox 6 games in back of Detroit. It's that kind of a day. You've got to make sure those batting gloves are not moist. I'm not sure how much that's going to help Matt Kemp, but we hope it's not a great deal. And the Sox getting ready to go. They send Clayton Richard to the hill today. White Sox, in order to make a run at it this year, are going to have to improve their play here at U.S. Cellular. Just 17-19 at home, 17-18 on the road. Conversely, these Dodgers 25-10 in Los Angeles at Chavez Ravine, Dodger Stadium. And on the road, they're still pretty good, 22-15. So this year has been very much a Dodger year. July 3rd, they'll get back Manny Ramirez. And as far as their team is concerned, they probably will look a whole lot stronger. And so the uniforms you're looking at are the 1959 White Sox uniforms, the Go-Go Sox, and the Southwest starting lineup for the Dodgers. It's Juan Pierre leading it off with Russell Martin hitting second. Orlando Hudson hitting third, Casey Blake fourth. Then it's Matt Kemp, Mark Loretta, Mitch Jones, Brad Ausmus, and Juan Castro playing shortstop and hitting ninth. Lowe's defensive setup, left to right, Posednik, Weisendai. In the infield, Fields, Ramirez, Getz, and Konerko. A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. And Clayton Richard on the hill. He's looking for win number 3. There's our U.S. Cellular starting pitcher. This is 9th start. And as you can see, a few more hits in innings pitched. Right-handers have hurt him. He's handled the left-handers very well with a good hard slider and an improving changeup. "84 degrees at game time, 62% humidity, winds out of the northeast from 8 to 12 miles an hour, and it's partly sunny." And the umpires for the game today: Paul Schreiber behind the plate, Paul Nard first base, Joe West at second, Ed Rapuano at third. So as they throw the ball around the infield, and Clayton Richard is just about ready to go, I'm going to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Hawk Harrelson.
All right, Stone Pony, thank you. And once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball. Finale of this 3-game set, the rubber match. Juan Pierre will lead it off, and this is a situation you've got to watch the guys who can run here, because they might just bunt it right back to Clayton Richard. As there's ball 1. Pierre comes in hitting at .327, no homers. He's driven in 24. 1 for 9 in this series. That was a little Blue double in the center field last night, as there's a strike.
And Pierre has seen his batting average drop 10 points in this series.
2-1. Josh Fields well in on the grass at third. Paulie halfway at first. Outfield short, swung around to the left. As the count moves to 3-1, Dodgers come in hitting at .278 as a club with a 3.64 ERA. And there's the strike, so a full count.
Normally what you want to do is keep it away from Juan Pierre and encourage him to hit it in the air to left or left center field.
Payoff pitch. Chopper to Hopper. 1 out.
Nice comeback by Clayton. Certainly don't want to walk a speedy leadoff man, even without Rafael Furcal in the lineup. This is a fastball. It's on the outer part of the plate. Good pitch, easy play.
So here's Russell Martin, the DH this afternoon. He's 2 for 7 in the series, hitting at .249 on the season with a homer and 21 knocked in. Takes low ball 1. This is the 12th meeting in interleague play against these Dodgers. In the first 11, Sox have won 8 of them. And the count 2-0. Bottom of the fourth inning at Comerica Park. Cubs leading the time is called. Cubs leading the Tigers 4-2. And the 2-0 pitch. That's foul straight back. Outfield slightly to the right. Gap out there. Big gap in left center.
Martin is a catcher with better than average speed. So on a chopper in the infield, you can't really take too much time because he gets down the line in a hurry.
Man, that hit him. So the runner at first. Stoney mentioned 7 for 10 in stolen bases.
Catches him off the knee. Catchers are used to things like this, so they don't very much acknowledge it. And he goes to first.
I understand taking one for the club, but I don't understand why guys want to get hit instead of hit. I mean, you're up there, swing the bat. You got a left-hander out there.
It's true.
Right-handed hitter with some pop.
He wasn't exactly trying to get out of the way of that one.
No, not at all.
All I can think of, Hawk, he might have taken a look at his .249 batting average, just one home run, and figured better off on base for the guys in the middle.
You know, he may have done. That's exactly what he may have done. As soon as that ball was released, there's a chopper. Flex it very quickly over. Can they turn it? Rack him up. Nicely done. 6-4-3. Good job by Getz, and that'll do it after a half inning of play. It's the Dodgers nothing, and the good guys coming to bat.
It's Posednik, then Ramirez and Dye, Jim Thome the DH hitting in the cleanup spot, then Konerko, Pierzynski, Getz, Fields, who had a big night last night, and Dwayne Wise. Lowe's defensive setup is Pierre, Kemp, and Jones left to right with Blake, Castro, Hudson, and Loretta. Brad Osmus behind the plate, the veteran of many a baseball war, and Chad Billingsley on the hill. He's 9-3, the ace of this staff. 6'1", they list him optimistically at 245. Looks just a touch bigger than that. But he's got a terrific curveball, and the Sox just are hoping he doesn't establish it. So we'll take a look at how the Sox got out of that first inning. Slow chopper, but a good job of turning it at second base by Chris Getz, and they get 2.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. As here's Scotty Pods hitting at 304. Takes that up high. Pods 0 for 9 in the series. There's a shot right to the shortstop. Castro makes the catch, 1 out.
I think we're going to see good movement on the fastball by Billingsley, and he can get it up there when he gets loose in the neighborhood of 93. Pitches comfortably around 91, 92, maybe even 94 if he's reaching back and getting something extra.
Big hack by Alexei, who's 2 for 7 with a homer in the series. Alexei comes in hitting at 263, 9 homers and 35 knocked in.
And for Billingsley, that was his two-seam fastball, which acts like a sinker, and it's a good one.
And here at beautiful U.S. Cellular Field, 330 down the left field line, 335 down the right field line, 375 in the gap, send 400 straightaway center. Tigers have now taken a 5-4 lead over the Cubs. Check swing back to Billingsley, 2 down.
Well, it looked like a bunt, but it really wasn't.
So with 2 out, let's check out our picks to click this afternoon. Jim and Joe, our Hall of Fame director and crew, went with Scotty Pods. Lisa, Layla, Tex, and Larry, and Steve going to go with A.J. Pierzynski and Mary Jane Harrelson. A.J. Pierzynski's mom. Happy birthday. She's a sweetheart. 39 years old today.
And so because of that and that lovely lady, you decided to go with Dwayne Wise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's JD having a good series. He is 5 for 8 with a homer and 3 RBIs. Jermaine hitting at 273 on the season, 16 homers, 42 knocked in. Yeah, Mary Jane's just a great girl. She never missed one of AJ's games. She and Jack. One and one to count. I know you got those wheels turning, don't you?
Well, I noticed Lee Stern in the booth. And of course, he comes in only when the United States wins a game. They just happened to beat Spain, which is an upset of the #1 team in the world. It was a 2-0 rout, despite being outshot 29-9. But a win's a win.
Yeah, that's
a big one.
That's one of the bigger ones. And that's outside. Boy, Billingsley just a fire it and fall back pitcher.
He's got a real good arm and very good stuff. The question will be, will he be able to get the breaking ball over the plate?
Full count.
Last time out, in talking with a few folks on the Dodgers, including Rick Honeycutt, Billingsley had some problems with location. Normally, he's not all that bad. Over a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, 44 walks in 99 innings.
And there's ball 4. That's a good at bat for JD. And I'll tell you what, that at bat did right there. It bodes well for his next at bat. He saw all his breaking stuff, and especially the last 3 pitches, he took it like he was right on it. So that's good.
Well, last night, what he did in his first at bat, he wound up with a double. But before that, he spoiled some pretty good pitches, and he saw pitches real well. Then he got a 2-base hit, and the next time paid dividends because he hit a 2-run homer.
Well, he is seeing the ball well. Those last 3 pitches really will set him up for next time. So we'll see what happens. As here is Thome hitting at 244. And there's a chopper right to the shortstop, Castro, underneath the bake, and that'll do it. Nothing across. It was a 2-out walk to JD, and after 1, no score.
Diamond Suites, they're all available. Book a group outing or party area today. Call 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com.
Casey Blake will start it off here in the top of the second inning. It'll be Blake, Kemp, and Loretta to face Clayton Richard. Blake comes in hitting at 300, 10 homers and 46 knocked in. There's a strike and the count 1-1. Other action around the American League, well, around baseball. San Diego at Seattle. Toronto at home against Cincinnati as the count moves to 3-1. Phillies taking on Tampa Bay down at Tropicana. St. Louis at New York. Kansas City at Houston. And there's the dreaded leadoff walk.
Now it's going to be a little difficult because Kemp does have some big power. Now he's grounded into 7 double plays this year. But normally he uses an uppercut swing, has tremendous power to straightaway center and left center field, and likes the ball down preferably, and of course that's where Clayton throws most of them.
He's 1 for 7 in this series. That was a 3-run homer last night. Sox won that ball game 10-7, cranking out 6 homers. There's a good strike. Boy, a hitter, especially a right-handed hitter from a left-handed pitcher, hates to have that inside strike called.
Well, if he can lean out over the plate and just expect the ball away, he's probably going to hit the ball hard somewhere.
That was one of the things that one of the greatest, if not the greatest hitter to ever play this game, Ted Williams, when Carl Yastrzemski first broke in with the Red Sox. Ted Williams told Yaz, he says, don't you ever, never let an umpire call an inside strike on you without turning around and giving him some grief. The 0-2 pitch. Shanks that one over into the seats.
You don't need a strike to retire Kemp. He has got a nose-to-toe strike zone. And now that he's worked him down 3 straight pitches at face-high fastball, will add to that 63 strikeout total that leads this Dodger team.
Blake, decent lead. And he just did get a piece of that one. Weather action will show Minnesota and Milwaukee, Pittsburgh hosting Cleveland, Red Sox taking on Washington and D.C., Yankees down in Atlanta, Baltimore, Florida, and the D-backs at home against the Texas Rangers. Another decent lead by Casey Blake. That's in the dirt, and he saw it immediately, and they nailed it. Good job by A.J.
A terrific effort by A.J. because he one-hopped the throw. He's just trying to get it down there quickly. He doesn't care where the ball is as long as it's close to the bag, and a good effort by Getz on the short hop. A.J. keeps it in front. The mask falls off. The throw's in the dirt, and Chris is right by the bag. And Hawk, that's the secret. Straddle the bag. Don't get in front of it. AJ's a pretty happy man. Yeah, I got one.
That's how. You know, sometimes guys learn, sometimes they don't learn. That ball is, you're going to have a lot faster tag if you sit back there, if you're a second baseman or a shortstop or a catcher on a play at home plate. If you sit there and wait for the ball to come to you rather than go out and get it and then try to come back and tag, that doesn't work. Yeah. He gone.
There's that ball in off the plate, and Kemp does indeed go down for the 64th time. It's its way inside. And watch AJ as he blocks this ball. And this really sets it up because he keeps the ball right in front of him, loses the mask on the carom of the baseball. And a good pick by Getz.
Well, he's not trying to catch the ball right there. What he's trying to do is just block it softly. Softly. Cup your shoulders. You suck your gut in when the ball's going to hit you. Keep it right in front of you as he did, and then you have a chance. Guys who try to catch that ball, probably 8 times out of 10 are not going to catch it cleanly. They're going to pop it away, and you have no chance to throw him out.
He did a nice job, and one of the best in the business, maybe ever, along with Mike Matheny, is on the other side, and that's Brad Ausmus behind the plate for the Dodgers. As far as blocking low pitches.
Loretta 2 for 3.
I like Clayton's rhythm today. He's getting the ball, he's throwing it, not quite Burley-esque, but close. In the neighborhood.
Close. Ate him up right there. A little soft flare to Pauly. So a beautiful play by Pierzynski, and after an inning and a half, nada.
AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered.
It'll be Konerko, Pierzynski, and Getz here in the bottom of the second inning against Chad Billingsley out of Surprise, Arizona. Billingsley 44 up, 22 down in his young career. That's a lot of decisions for a 24-year-old.
He has always taken the baseball.
And there's a pretty good curveball.
That's the first one he's thrown of any consequence, and he got it over the plate.
Well, as a hitter, that'll get you thinking. That'll add another 4, 5, 6 inches on your fastball, especially up. That one sweep throwing away, and a count 1-1. And it's great to see. Dick Gordon, old friend in town, and Dick, of course, has been a big friend of a lot of athletes, still is, represents them. Louis Aparicio is here today, you know, for the 59 Stoney, and also Carl Yastrzemski.
I think it was great to see Billy Pierce out here, a number of other guys from that
Jim Landis,
1959 Go-Go Sox team.
One and two the count to Pauly. 3 for 6 in this series, as there's a slow curveball.
There's some of those players from 1959. They had quite a day down there on the field today.
Oh, yeah.
And these are handsome uniforms, by the way.
They are.
I think they're very good looking. I love the hats with
They were then,
the
and they still are today.
and the red piping on the hat. Beautiful.
So here is AJ hitting at 289, 7 homers. He's driven in 18. Takes first pitch strike.
Well,
AJ 2 for 7 in the series.
for his mother's birthday today, you would think that he would do something special offensively. He's already made a defensive gem.
All right, let me tell you something. We all know AJ, right?
Yes.
Who knows him better than Mary Jane?
Well,
How do you think?
true.
You don't think she's a hell of a woman?
Terrific.
Having AJ and going through. AJ hadn't changed since he was in high school.
No.
She's been putting up with this for a long time.
That's true. She's had an argument or two, I would assume.
The 0-2 pitch. That's going to get a lot of them right there. Don't worry about that at bat. First strikeout for Billingsley.
Instead of the big curveball, he went to the hard slider down, got a little depth with it. And for the hitter's eye, you can't tell it's a slider. It looks like a fastball coming out of the pitcher's hand, and then it just disappears. Tough pitch to hit when thrown correctly.
The only way you can is that if you're really locked in, swinging the bat well, you can see as there's the bunt. Osmus got plenty of time. Takes it, makes it, in a very quick 1-2-3 inning. And after 2, no score. Mitch Jones will lead it off here in the top of the 3rd inning. It will be the lower third of the Dodger order. Jones, Osmus, and Castro to face Clayton Richard. Jones, 2 for 4 in the opener. Takes ball 1.
Those are Albuquerque numbers for Jones, who does have some big power.
Yeah, he's got 221 minor league home runs.
If Clayton establishes that he can get that straight change over the plate, then Jones going to have some problems.
Two balls and a strike. High, and that's going to be a souvenir right side. A warm day here in the beautiful city, but a beautiful day for baseball. Outfield slightly to the left. Fields backing off the line at third. And there's another foul ball. We have seen in the first 2 games the Dodgers can foul some pitches off.
Well, they've done it consistently, and that makes work a lot harder for the starting pitcher.
Especially in this weather. Out and around that one. Alexei.
That was a good straight change we were talking about. And what that does for a hitter who's geared up for the fastball, his whole body shifts. And if his hands shift, you can get nothing in the swing.
Well,
good change.
Youngsters, there you go. There, if he's thinking, watch how his hands drift a little bit with him. If he's thinking, as soon as he spots the changeup, knock him off the mound, then his hands don't drift. They stay back, and he still has a chance to get some power. That's the greatest thought I have ever heard on how to hit a changeup, especially a right-handed hitter from a left-handed pitcher who has a good one.
But the guy that perfected that didn't have 221 home runs in the minor leagues.
No, he had about 340 in the big leagues.
In the big league, that's right. Well, AJ wasn't ready, and that wasn't good. Timeout was acknowledged for Brad Ausmus. AJ stood up, and Clayton went ahead and delivered the ball, and I think it went right off the shin guard. That did.
Well, you've got different ways of handling guys who are going to step out on you. But there's nothing wrong with stepping out. As a hitter, there's no way in the world that he should let the pitcher dictate the pace that he's going to try to hit.
Ausmus prefers to hit the ball to right and right center field. That's what he's always done. It's remarkable that he has a batting average up over 300, getting a chance to play as infrequently as he does.
That ball lined hard into right field. Looking to play by Jermaine. Another outstanding catch for the big man. Yes. What a jump he got. I thought he was going to have to do a full layout, and he caught it standing on his feet.
Sinking line drive. Could have easily have been 2 bases, but Jermaine coming over, apparently that calf feeling a whole lot better, and he's able to run it down.
Boy, he was off with the crack. It almost looked like he was off before the ball was hit. So here's Castro hitting at 340. Not known for the lumber, he's known for the leather.
Well, when Ozzie and Joey saw his batting average and he came in the game last night, they started screaming at him for the dugout that they wanted more testing. Because although Castro has been a great defensive player over the course of his career, he hasn't been a 340 hitter. AJ catches another one off the mask.
That's not supposed to happen on your mom's birthday.
Oh, but that sure is pick to click worthy.
Charlie.
I mean, that's a tough position the man plays.
Charlie Wilson. A pup out of Charlie Wilson. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Finale of this series tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. The Cubs come to town. And that's looped over the Dodger dugout. Juan Pierre on deck. Watch out.
That one was rifled back in the seats. Inside out, very defensive swing from Castro. That ball was almost by him.
Yeah, that was probably, I've seen the big hurt Frank Thomas do that just about as well as anybody. It's that last ditch little flick of the bat just to get a piece of it. And a full count. And there you see, bad boy for the Dodgers, Nick Strafford from Granger, Indiana.
He's not having a good time today, is he?
Oh boy, is he in hog heaven. Only other better thing would have been the White Sox bat boy, but that's a nice 1-2-3 inning for Clayton Richard. Coming this way.
I know exactly where it's
Today,
going.
Chella and I. As we are scoreless going to the bottom of the third. Josh Fields, big night last evening. 3 for 4, 2 homers, 3 RBIs. He's got his hands full this afternoon with this guy.
But last night, Josh had one of those nights where everything went right. 3 for 4, 2 home runs, 3 driven in. One a 2-run homer in the 4th, the other a solo home run in the 5th. And getting a chance to play, which is something he's had a hard time doing. He made the most of it. Hawk, you talked about the work that he's putting in with Greg Walker, trying to get his hands and his feet coordinated.
Yeah, I talked to Greg after the game, and Greg had just a big smile on his face. And as he put it, well put it, little victories. That's what you got to get. Little victories here, little victory there, a little setback here, a little victory here. It's a slow process. And make no mistake about it, unless you're a great hitter and have gone through it, then it is a slow process. Great hitters have a tendency to be able to cut those slump times down a lot quicker, make them a lot shorter. The 2-2 pitch.
It's the same thing, Hawk, with the great pitchers. You're going to have an inning where they walk somebody, give up a base hit, but they're going to find a way to minimize the damage, just as the great hitters will find a way to get out of those slumps a little more quickly. Sometimes it's just one base hit and boom, there you go. You're ready to go.
Good job right there just to fight that pitch off. Plate coverage is a very ambiguous term in the sense that it varies from hitter to hitter to hitter to hitter to hitter, because the strike zone is in the mind of the individual hitter. Good eye right there.
Did you ever hit with sunglasses? I noticed that Josh is wearing
We
sunglasses.
weren't allowed to.
You weren't?
We were not allowed to wear sunglasses on the field. Wanted to a lot of times, could not do it. Managers would not allow it.
I would think it certainly cut down on the glare.
Well, another foul ball. That was probably the biggest reason that a lot of us wanted to wear sunglasses, and managers said no. And what they said back in those days, I mean, if they said no, it was no. ball hit high into left center field. Stretch, get on back there. Stretch now. Kemp makes the call right in front of Aparicio. And Minoso, he just missed it. That's a good at bat for Josh.
Well, good at bat because he laid off some close pitches after he got to 0-2. Finally getting one and just getting it on the end of the bat. This really gives you an idea how strong he is, because he doesn't get this even close to the sweet spot and almost took it out of the ballpark.
So here's Dwayne Wise. Breaking ball high. Good at bat for Josh. Saw a lot of breaking stuff, fouled off a couple. With 2 strikes. And now D. Wise with the catbird seat. Tigers now leading the Cubs 6-4, bottom of the 6th. Ted Lilly on the bump. Two 2-0 right there. I don't know why he was taking all the way right there. Now that one is called on the count 2-2.
When you're struggling, you take a real good pitch, a fastball, especially for a guy hitting under 200, and then you get one of these calls.
That's what you go up there for. There's a breaking ball chopped to the right side. You go up there to work a count, to where I try to work, in this case Billingsley, into a fastball count, and you get him 2-0. You're looking for it. He throws it right down the middle and you take it.
Yeah,
that's when you're struggling.
Well, with Billingsley, you're not going to hit his good curveball, and odds are you're not going to hit his good slider. So in working the count and laying off pitches, if you get him 2-0, 3-1, that's what you have to look for. He's actually started to cut his fastball a little bit. And that means actually throwing a fastball that moves in just a little bit and stays up to the left-handers.
Well, Pides has the only hard hit ball off Billingsley thus far. He had a shot right to Juan Castro at shortstop. Everything is self-induced. And that's Souvenir left side. Everything is self-induced. That's up high. After this game, of course, we have the Cubs coming in over the weekend. Dodgers, after the game, will board their charter, go on home. They will have 6-game homestand, 3 with Seattle and 3 with Colorado. The resurgence, Colorado Rockies.
The Rockies have been a tremendous story, because just a little bit ago it looks like they were going to be left for dead in that Western Division. They're still 10 games back, but very much alive in the wild card. They're not going to catch the Dodgers.
What was your mindset coming to the ballpark and pitching in Baltimore? It can be a day game in the summer, almost unbearable. And you have to have a certain mindset to play in it and certainly to pitch in it.
Tell you after this one. And that's a promising walk. Hawk, I felt that I worked harder than the guy that I was going to be facing. I felt that what I did in Baltimore, as opposed to what the pitcher coming in had done wherever he came from, I had the advantage. I wanted it to be very humid. I wanted it to be very warm. I thought he would wilt before I would, and I think the whole team felt that way. The Baltimore team were, at that point, in that era, professional winners. They would stay close to you, and at the end, they would wind up beating you because you would make the mistake before the Orioles would, and that's what they preached. So I just knew that if I stayed in the game long enough, And I was averaging, in the couple of years where I actually threw well before my arms started to go, I was averaging in the neighborhood of 7 innings per start. But I gave my team a chance to score a few runs and help us get ahead.
Pitch out. And they get him. Perfect throw on the money, reading somebody's mail, and that'll do it. We'll go to the fourth, still 0-0.
And you want something on this pitch out. It's perfect. Osmus doesn't have a great arm, doesn't need it, gets rid of it quickly, and that's that.
Top of the order for the Dodgers here in the top of the fourth. Pierre, Martin, and Hudson, as that pitch is fouled back to even the count at 1. All right, getting back to your mindset in pitching on a hot day.
Well, it was always a hot day in Baltimore. I mean, you were getting tremendous humidity. I just felt it was very much an advantage for the home team, like what Roger Craig was preaching in San Francisco at the old Candlestick Park. When he took over the helm, he said, I don't want to hear about the cold anymore.
Breaking ball hits Pierre, so good speed aboard.
I just think you have to realize that you play in your home park 81 times, and that visiting team that comes in at the most will play 9 times.
Well, somewhere in your time with the Orioles, that got across to you. They preached that, either be consciously or subconsciously, as Craig was doing it in San Francisco, trying to get the point across of being positive rather than, oh man, got to go to the ballpark today in this kind of weather. And a lot of teams, especially non-contending teams, that's their attitude when they, man, I hate to leave the place and get in the car and go to the ballpark.
Well, Ozzie is talking with Paul Schreiber because for the second time, it happened with Pierre, it happened with Martin, they didn't try to get out of the way of the baseball. That's what he's talking to him about. He said, look, Martin stood up there in the first inning and essentially left his knee there instead of pulling it back, and Pierre really didn't try to get out of the way of that pitch.
Well, it's almost like he turned into it.
Right, and so, I mean, Ozzie's not going to win this one because it's a judgment call, but still he is serving notice perhaps for the next time. Watch it again. Hitters actually will turn inside, and you see right there, he turned ever so slightly, but he moved his arm out, which actually got him closer to the ball. But Hawk, it was the individuals who came up to me. 3 different guys, Mark Belanger, Terry Crowley was a bench player, and Lee May. And they all explained something different about how they did things there in Baltimore, because I came from the White Sox to them.
Well, that's organizational pride and philosophy. Rick Mundy and I were talking about it before the game today. Rick was the first player ever in the amateur draft back in 1965. Joined us in Kansas City out of Arizona State. And what happened, what he learned at his time at Kansas City, which was the team that went to Oakland in 1968 and won 5 consecutive divisional titles and 3 consecutive world championships, was the fact that if you are in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning and you're only 3 runs there, is Rick, what a heck of a player and a guy he was and is, and a broadcaster, as that's in the right field. Pierre is tagging. And he is going. And here's the throw cutoff. So a productive out right there for Martin. But the whole point being is that the Oakland A's in those days felt like if it was 7th, 8th, and 9th inning and they were down 3 runs, they had you. They had you. That was their mindset.
Well, it also helped that they had Gene Tennis and Joe Rudy and Reggie Jackson and Dick Green, who was a pretty good clutch hitter and a great fielder.
Well, that talent, so they had good talent out there. They didn't have great talent. They had good talent, but what they did have greatness in, they didn't beat themselves. And that's why they felt like in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, you were going to screw up, and then they were going to get you.
I think all good teams pretty much feel the same way.
Well, the Dodgers still have to learn something about that and what Joe Torre's trying to teach them, as that was part of the conversation. Now, Derek Jeter has been a godsend to whoever managed the Yankees, and in this case, Joe Torre, for a long time. And that's what Joe Torre tried to do. You don't go to the ballpark every day with it. We're going to kick butt attitude. You go there, hey, we're going to play our own game, no mental mistakes, and see how it folds out. There he goes. No chance.
That time he stole it on Clayton, who had a long, slow delivery, and Juan Pierre has made a career out of long, slow deliveries. This is on a scouting report, and Pierre makes it easily. No chance at all for AJ. And watch it. High leg kick, slow delivery.
And there's a base hit. So Pierre's going to score, and it's 1-0. So the hit batsman comes around on the tag up to right, stolen base to third, and the base hit by Hudson.
RBA number 40 for Hudson as he takes this ball through a drawn-in infield, and it's all set up by that stolen base. If he doesn't steal, the infield is back. If the infield is back, that's a ground ball to shortstop. So the inability to hold on that particular base runner cost a run.
That's the first hit of the ball game. Casey Blake, he walked to lead off the second. And the ball in the dirt. Beautiful block by AJ. He picked it up and threw him out as he tried to get into second. .21 to count.
Clayton's got pretty good stuff today. And more times than not, these Dodgers have not taken good swings against him.
There's a pitch up out over the plate. Change up. And he just goes right with it. Didn't get greedy.
Blake is making a living this year out of right and right center field, especially driving in runs. And when a changeup is up high, even if a hitter's fooled, he keeps his hands back. He can see it. Drove that one into right field.
It's a lot easier for a hitter to keep his hands back on a pitch up than it is a pitch down. As here's Kemp, struck out his first trip. Takes that low. Change up. 1 out, 2 on, 1 in, and a 1-1 count. Matt Kemp.
Got to keep a close eye on Hudson at second. He's 6 for 6 in stolen bases.
That is high into right field. Jermaine back. Now jumps, makes the catch. That looked like a routine pop-up off the bat of Matt Kemp, and that ball almost went out of here.
Well, Jermaine knew he was going to have some problems with it. He was just hoping that the wind would grab it. This ball almost got out of the park. Kemp hits it off the end of the bat, an inside-out swing. And that's how strong he is. As Jermaine goes back, measures it, that ball would have probably been out, but for the fine play, and that's the second one by Jermaine Dye.
So here's Loretta. Takes up high. Seven-year-old veteran fouls that back. And another foul back. Boy, I tell you, Matt Kemp, 6'3", 225 pounds.
And he can fly, and you can tell why so many people earlier in his career wanted to make that trade with the Dodgers to give them a little bit of today for a big portion of tomorrow, that portion being Matt Kemp.
There goes the runner. Another big jump. So Blake picks up his first stolen base of the season, and he got a running jump.
Yeah. We probably do as bad a job as anybody in baseball on holding runners close. He just takes off. That's all well and good with 2 outs, but it takes away a force out at second on a chopper in the infield, and that probably costs you a run. So let's hope that that doesn't come back to haunt us.
That's deep in the left. Pides cannot make the play, and it's going to cost us a run. And it's 3-0. Pides got there, got a glove on it, and could not come up with it.
Loretta driving in runs 13 and 14. Richard got that ball on the inner portion. Loretta probably thinking he got it out. Scotty Pides really never got a glove on it.
No, he didn't. From up here, looked like he did get a glove on it. So, a 3-run inning here so far in the top of the 4th, and here is Jones, who grounded out to short. Yeah, I have never been associated with a team in all my years that the opposition stole bases as easily as they do on ours this year. I mean, they steal them at will.
And it's not just one guy. I don't mean to single out Clayton here. It's a lot of guys on this staff, but it makes it a lot more difficult on your offense. And certainly a lot more difficult on that particular pitcher, whether he's out of the bullpen or starting pitcher.
Well, it seems like there have been probably 15 or 20 guys who picked up their first stolen base of the season against us. And you're having guys who cannot steal bases. They're stealing them. And numbers are so misleading in many areas in baseball, but in this particular case, the numbers are not misleading. Out in front of that change, and the count 2-2. If you've got Hall of Fame stuff, no problem. Let them steal because they're not going to score.
And another hit batsman, and that time Ozzie will not have a complaint that he didn't try to get out of the way of it. I've only known a couple of pitchers, Hawk, who paid little or no attention to base runners. One was Dwight Gooden in his heyday, and one year he went 24-4. And the other was Greg Maddux, who won 355 games. If you stole, you stole. They didn't have any intention of giving the next guy any hits.
Well, there have been more.
Oh, there's been a lot
Tom
of guys.
Seaver.
Right.
Tom Seaver didn't care. Nolan Ryan didn't care with that big leg kick he had because you weren't going to score.
Where Nolan might have cared, however, though, if you stole a couple of bases and then came up a couple of innings later.
According to what the score was.
Then he might have cared.
So here's Osmus. He lined out to right center field with Jermaine Dye making just a beautiful catch. As that pitch is called a ball. 2 on, 2 out, 3 in. And the count 2-0.
Osmus has been around too long to where when he gets a 2-0 fastball, he lets it go. That time he fouled it straight back, but he was not going to take it.
Well, the opposition this year has tried to steal 61 times. And they have been successful 57 times.
And I think a couple of those might have been pickoffs.
They were.
So I'm just looking at from AJ's
I'm
standpoint.
counting the one today on Casey
Yep.
Blake. That's looped into center field, and that'll do it. But a crooked number goes up on the board, and we'll go to the bottom of the fourth. It is 3-0 Dodgers.
In the third inning, off the bat of Brad Osmus, he took this sinking line drive and at least a double away from the venerable catcher. Then last inning, Matt Kemp goes up, makes a bid for a home run, only to be denied. And Jermaine Dye is doing more on defense.
And has been since he's put a White Sox uniform on.
I thought he's really done. And I'll preface this by saying when his legs are healthy, he's really done a nice job in right field.
Alexei, Dye, and Tomey here in the bottom of the 4th inning. We have only had 2 base runners. Two walks issued by Billingsley. Out and around, hooks it foul.
Casey Blake at third is setting up even with the bag, but on the pitch he's taking a step in. That way he's getting his momentum in case Alexei thinks about bunting it. Now he moves back a couple of steps.
There's the bunt. Blake's got to hurry, and he does. Beautiful play by the 35-year-old veteran Casey Blake.
Well, he baited him up pretty much by moving back, but he was coming forward, as we told you just the pitch before. See him come forward there. Makes a terrific play. Bare hand, one motion, gets the throw there, and actually gets him by plenty. And that head first slide into first base makes absolutely no sense if it's not a tag play.
So here's Jermaine. He walked with 2 out back in the first. Takes that fastball just off the outside corner. Took it nicely. We talked about his last at bat. Now the last 3 or 4 pitches he really saw well. And there is a fastball strike at 91. 1-1 to count. That ball hit high and deep into center field. Kemp going back now right in front of the track. He just missed it.
Host a private party on the U.S. Cellular fan field deck in center field, or field fan deck, whatever's your choice. Package includes 150 game tickets, access to the fan deck for the game, and an all-inclusive food and drink package for the first 90 minutes of the game. Reserve the fan deck today. Call 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com for more details.
Oh, 1-1 to count to Tomey. He grounded out 6-5. And the count 0-2. Good 2-strike hitter, big guy. Up high. Just off the inside corner.
Billingsley has averaged just a little under 7 innings per start, so he's one of the guys in that rotation that has kept the Dodger bullpen out of action most of the time.
Jacks it up. And a full count. Ball 4 base hit. Konerko on deck as the Dodgers lead at 3-0. Ground ball again right to Castro. This time he has no force at second. He goes to first, and a 1-2-3 inning. And we trail it 3-0.
and Cubs on Saturday, June 27th at 3:05. Walgreens is a proud sponsor of the June 27th Crosstown Classic game.
Back to the middle, so Castro leads it off here in the top of the 5th with a single.
The Dodgers on their regular broadcast crew have 2 Hall of Famers, Vin Scully, who doesn't travel anywhere east of Colorado any longer, and Jaime Jarrín on their Spanish broadcast. And I asked Jaime what he thought was the biggest need of the Dodgers. And despite the fact that they're leading the National League in pitching, he said we need a couple of pitchers at the tail end who will take the game deep into the game. I think everybody would like those.
Yeah, well, you ask him. He told you.
I mean, I would think that would be one of the things that you would look at and say, where can we improve? They've had some injuries like everybody else has. But by and large, this has been a very much high-achieving team this year.
Well, you always have to put a little proviso in there, I think, under these circumstances, especially, because that's punched at by, he was trying to pop that one over the head of Josh Fields, especially with Manny gone.
No question.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Everybody was gloom and doom when he had the 50-game suspension. And here they have the best record in baseball. Primarily because of that guy and his coaching staff. Such a settling influence. They have some young players. Some of their big impact players are very young. And when you have young impact players, they have a tendency to want to make it tougher than it is. And that's why guys like Torrey and Mattingly and Boa and these guys can smooth the waters.
Another factor with them in the way the team is made up is some young impact players, as you said. They certainly have that. They have a veteran bench, which is always a tremendous advantage. And they've got a couple of guys who are longtime veterans in that starting lineup. I'm talking about Pierre and Hudson.
He's going to make him throw the ball, and he gets it done. So the sacrifice 1-3.
Good bunt by Pierre. And some of the hard work paying off as Clayton gets to this ball and makes a good solid throw.
So here's Russell Martin. He was hit by a pitch, and then he went out to right field. And there's a base hit. So Castro moves into third. Runners at the corners and 1 out. So the second time around, starting to get to Clayton Richard, and in this case, the third time around.
It's going to send the bullpen up to work. I think AJ is talking with Paul Schreiber. That looked like a pretty good pitch. AJ wanted it. And Schreiber gave up on a curveball that looked like it had the inside part of the plate.
Two balls, no strikes to Hudson. Hit in the 6-4-3 double play to end the first inning, then the last inning an RBI single, and also came around to score. Watch out. It is 4-0.
Well, our crew showed you a pretty good graphic about Orlando Hudson before that pitch, and that was 65% effectiveness with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. That's going to go up with that base hit, but that's a very important statistic. And Hudson gets the job done, and here comes Ozzie.
So Ozzie will take the ball from Clayton Richard. He'll depart. DJ comes on, and we'll be back.
Far on Clayton Richard. He also is responsible for the 2 left on base as DJ Carrasco comes in. And Carrasco has done a nice job on for the 25th time. The ERA a tick over 3. And with 1 out, he's got to hold this hot Dodger offense down.
Blake has walked and he has singled, also picked up his first stolen base of the season. Matt Kemp on deck and Loretta in the hole here in the top of the 5th inning. That's high in the right field. Jermaine getting in shape. And here's the throw. High throw allowing Hudson to move into second from first.
So if you hit the cutoff man, you're going to be able to cut down Hudson at second base.
As soon as Hudson throw.
Yeah, Hudson saw. Yeah, he read the arc of the ball and then just took off. You'd be better served in this situation to get the ball into second. Not that a double play is needed with 2 outs, but you have a force out. This way, a base hit plays 2 and no force out at second.
Kemp has struck out and going out deep to right field. A high towering fly ball that Jermaine kept drifting back. Finally had to jump up. And if he had not made the catch, it would have been a home run. There's a good strike on the outside edge. Big out we got to get. Big swing by Kemp and the count 1-2.
Good breaking ball here will probably get the job done.
Well, he's got a big strike zone right now.
And a long swing.
Big strike zone. He gone. Drop down breaking ball. And that'll do it, but they pick up 1 more. And they lead it halfway home 4-0. We get a problem. We're halfway home, trailing 4-0.
And nary a hit.
Had 2 base runners, 2 walks. One to Jermaine in the first, one to Pods in the third. And here's Paulie. Takes that curveball strike. 4-6-0 for them. No runs, no hits, no errors for us. So far, Billingsley is performing as Bill. Is that ball high and deep? Stretch. Pierre goes back, looks up. You can put it on the ball. Yes. Yes. Number 12 for Caneco, and it's a 4-1 ball game. The no-hitter, the shutout. Poof.
Cuts the lead to 3. That was the second breaking ball in succession. That curveball rolled up there, and Paul took it out. First one was a good one, but he went back to the well just this one more time. That one didn't have a lot of break on it.
That was a better one.
That was a much better one for Paul. Ford home run replay, and it was long gone.
So here is AJ. He struck out his first trip. That's just the 4th home run that Billingsley has thrown this year. And now in 102 and 2/3 innings.
Well, he's got a pretty good sinker. And that's one of the reasons why he's able to keep the ball in the ballpark. That and the fact that at night, Dodger Stadium is as tough a place to hit it out of as any place in baseball.
That's low and inside, 1-2. Now Osmus. Real perceptive veteran catchers.
Exactly right.
Go ahead.
He went out there realizing that his young pitcher, and Billingsley is still that, had a little of the air go out of the balloon, even though it's just the 5th inning. To lose the no-hitter and the shutout on the same swing, and then go 2-2 and almost hit AJ. He just went out there to get him refocused. You still got a 3-run lead. Throw the ball to my glove.
Ate him up inside. And that is out number 1.
Provide your guests with the ultimate baseball experience in the Jim Beam Club. This all-inclusive premium seating area located behind home plate features a Levy Catering pregame buffet, open bar, in-seat food and beverage menu, premium reserve parking, and much more. For more information, call 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com/Jim Beam Club.
Chris Getz takes strike 1. He's 0 for 1, tried to bunt, and out in front of home plate, Osmus quickly out of the box, threw him out. Breaking ball down and in. Two balls and a strike here in the bottom of the 5th inning in a 4-1 Dodger lead. Flips that one into left field. Here comes Pierre. It's going to hang up for him. 2 down.
Here's a center fielder by trade, playing left field because of Manny not being around. Kemp has shifted over, played a great center field. When Manny does come back, in order to get Pierre in the lineup, they'll move Kemp occasionally to right, sit Loney down, and put Pierre in center again, maybe a couple times a week. Or Ethier. Sit Ethier down. Yeah.
Josh went out deep to left center field. Can't get that one. Waves at it. And the count 2-1.
It's an old Dodger here. I think he's scouting these days. Tim Belcher.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good pitcher. Actually reminded me a little bit about Billingsley physically when he pitched.
Here's the 2-1. One thing about Tim Belcher, he would protect his hitters.
Well, those were the days when you used to do that with regularity.
Timmy would absolutely lower the boom on you. As there's ball 4. So the third walk issued by Billingsley. And with Josh at first, 2 down, 1 in. That'll bring up Dwayne Wise, who grounded out 4-3. Top of the 9th at Comerica Park. Detroit leading the Cubs 6-5. Big rip by Wise. Come on, Dwayne. Short and quick, buddy. Not long and big. One swing of the bat. We're right back in it. Big hack in the count 0-2. Dodgers trying to pick up their 48th victory. Sox trying to pick up our 35th. That ball hit deep into center field. Stretch. Get up back there. Stretch. Kemp back at the wall. Jumps us off this 400-foot marker. So here goes Wise. He's into third with a triple as Fields scores, and it's a 4-2 ball game.
This is the second RBI this year for Dwayne Wise as he took it to the deepest part of the ballpark, just missed going out. And Kemp, who I believe was surprised that the ball carried that far, got fooled on this. This is another curveball. Wayne goes down and gets it.
He was short and quick on that one.
And that's the first triple of the year. He didn't really see this ball when he made the attempt to actually try to flag it down. It's a great effort, and that ball just missed going out of the park.
So Mary Jane Harrelson's picked to click. Pierzynski's mom. Dwayne Wise knocks in the second one of this ball game, and it'll bring up Scotty Pods.
Dwayne is starting to look a little bit like he did before he went on the disabled list, which was a guy that could make a difference in a lineup, especially against the tough right-handed pitcher.
Now time is called.
Billingsley has 4 wild pitches, and Osmus is among the best in the business of blocking low pitches.
Well, if he keeps the ball anywhere close to down and in on Scotty Pods, Scotty's got a problem.
Well, especially if he's cutting it, and now he's starting to cut his fastball. It makes him a little more effective. But there is a big gap in right center field and down the line in right.
Goes away right there with a sinker. And the count 0-2.
We'll swing around and show you that the shift is not a whole lot. The Dodgers don't shift a whole lot, especially in their outfield. But it is a touch.
Running, trying to slap it. Checks it up, fouls it off. Now they say he was trying to bunt the ball.
No, that's not a bunt. You're not going to run up on the pitch and then bunt it. You're going to run up and try to slap it to the left side and beat it out.
Joe quickly on the top step of the dugout.
Well, he's trying everything he can. He's got a pitcher who suddenly seems vulnerable here in the 5th.
High and wide, 1-2. So the homer by Konerko. The 2-out walk to Fields. The triple by Dwayne Wise. There's a chopper on the breaking ball right to first base, steps on it, and that'll retire the side. But a couple of runs across the plate. We'll go to the 6th. It is 4-2 LA.
with it, our Aflac trivia question. Who was the only player during the 1980s to drive in more than 140 runs in a season? That's a good year.
Wow. Right here, it's a 4-2 Dodger lead as they come to the plate here in the top of the 6th inning. It'll be Loretta, Jones, and Osmus to face DJ Carrasco, who is in relief of Clayton Richard. Loretta, 2-run double. He's 1 for 2. And now he's 2 for 3. Flares that one inside the line. So the leadoff two-bagger.
Mark Loretta is just one of those players that does whatever he has to do to wind up beating you. Doesn't overswing. Just drops it inside the line. It's going to be a tough inning for DJ Carrasco to make sure that the Dodgers don't get any further ahead.
DJ's up to it. As here's Jones. Takes first pitch strike. He is grounded to short and was hit by a pitch.
I thought I had the answer to that question. And I did. But we can't share it. We have to hold it in abeyance.
That sounds like a great concept. Good pitch. Ate him up in the count 0-2.
Well, the war between the pitcher and the hitter here is quite simply that the hitter's trying to do whatever he can to hit the ball to the right side to move along Loretta. In this case, Jones. DJ doing everything he can to make sure that if there is contact, it's to the left side.
Outfield for the most part straight up. Just a bit of a gap out there in right center. Drop down. Fastball up. Good job by Jones right there. That is an easy pitch to chase.
That same curveball that got Kemp to end last inning would look pretty good here.
Right over the top.
DJ throwing that high fastball up and out of the zone. The hitter can't catch up to it up there. The only thing, the best thing you can do is probably pop it up if you make contact at all.
We saw how easy it was for him to keep his hands back on the pitch up. There it is. Drop down curveball. He gone. Dig out.
It's one of the reasons why I don't particularly care for a lot of setup pitches, because you know there's a pitch that he can't hit that kept him in the minor leagues all those years. It might not always come from the side, but it is a breaking ball.
So here's Osmus. He's 0 for 2. Jermaine Dye got a terrific jump on a line drive in the right center field, made a nice catch on him. Right over the top with a fastball. Talking to some of the Dodgers this morning, some of the coaches. They were talking about how they've seen Carrasco on the tube and then saw him yesterday and are really impressed with him.
I don't blame them.
I told him, I said,
we've been pretty impressed too.
If you think you guys are impressed, we are more so. Like Larry Boy says, who's this Carrasco?
Carrasco. He's a young kid. We'll trade him to you for Kim.
That's up and in.
He's going to be great. Hate to part with him, but talk to Coletti. Well, Larry is one of the great characters of the game.
Yes, he is.
He's been around forever, seen everything.
Hey, what you see is what you get with him. That's softly hit into right center field. Wise is there, makes a catch, and it is out number 2. The one thing about Boa, a lot of the players who played for him at Philly loved him, and a lot of them couldn't stand it. And there's nothing wrong with that. You show me a manager that's liked by 25 players, and I'll show you a loser.
Well, manager's been telling you this for years, Hawk. You're going to have 5 guys on the team that love you and 5 guys on the team that hate you, and make sure they don't get together, and you're going to be okay. Keep them apart with the 15 who are there that really don't care much. You got yourself a good ball club.
That's the thing. You can't be a friend to everybody on the team. And that is so true. Show me a manager that's loved by 25, and I'll show you a loser. There's a strike for Castro, who is 1 for 2.
Well, there have been some pretty great managers, and we can go back as far as you want to, but of recent vintage or fairly recent vintage. Billy Martin certainly had some problems with a few of his players. Earl Weaver had some problems. There have been some great managers who have had some problems with players. But if you didn't respect those guys, you were a fool, because they were both much more knowledgeable than anybody they had on their teams as far as the inner workings of the game.
Well, Dick Williams going into the Hall of Fame, and he was absolutely the toughest manager that I played for. I mean, sometimes he would not say a word to you for months.
Did he care about hurting your feelings?
Not in the least.
Didn't even know you had any feelings.
Not in the least. That's the least of his worries. Time has gone. In fact, he used to have a clubhouse meeting there the first day in Winter Haven with the Red Sox, and always new players in there, some rookies, and he'd come out about 5 minutes after everybody was sitting around. He said, "Fellas, you got to know one thing right now. I don't care about you. I'm in this game for Norma and my children. I don't care. I don't give a dadgum about you." As he strikes him out, so he pitches over the leadoff double. Good job by Carrasco, and we'll go to the bottom of the 6th.
Is sitting in the Dodger dugout. Don Mattingly, 145 runs batted in 1985. That's a nice year.
He was a terrific player. He was a terrific clutch player. He was a terrific. He was just about as good as it got at first base.
And a great defender. That's that's a huge plus.
The only thing he couldn't do was run. And he was a smart hitter. 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. He's the one guy you did not want to have to come up to the plate if you were on the other side. As here we go, 4-2, bottom of the 6th. That ball's hammered by Alexei, but foul.
Looking first ball fastball, got the first ball fastball, but unfortunately got ahead of it a little too quickly.
But getting back to Dick Williams in that first clubhouse meeting, he'd sit there, he'd come out, he said, "Fellas, I don't care about you. You got to understand that. He said, I'm like the carpenter, you're my tools. He said, I'm going to use you, and when you don't work anymore, you're out of here. That ball hit into left center field. Pierre comes off, caught it right off the end of the bat, and that is out number one. Alexi now 0 for 3. So he set the tone, he set the mood right off the bat. In those rookies' eyes, you should have seen them. They got as big as golf balls. Everybody has their own style.
I was able to win in my first year. I mean, being on a team that won in my first year. We got eliminated right before the World Series by Pittsburgh Pirates. But then I didn't get a chance to do that again until I got to Baltimore, and I didn't realize that Earl had only one goal in mind, and it did not include you except as you were going to help his ball club.
Good eye for the second pitch in a row, and the count 2-0 to Jermaine, who is 0 for 1 with a walk.
And I think that's what great managers are. They realize that team wins supersede everything, personal feelings or anything else. The object is for the team to win, and then by definition, that's good for everybody.
Pitcher's pitch right there. Could not lay off of it. Well, the other side of that page is managers will have that first day in spring training meetings. And fellas, now we are a family, and it's going to be us against them, us against the world. And this is the way we're going to approach it. And they try to get the common bond going that way. Fouls that one back.
I don't think, Hawk, there's ever any one way to do it. We've seen laid-back managers win. We've seen fiery managers win. We've seen friendly, not so friendly managers win. It's a matter of personal style.
Remember one thing, Steve. Just because you're a good manager with one club does not mean you're going to be a good manager with another club. The complement of players you have, if you're fortunate enough to have a couple of guys in that clubhouse who take a lot of that pressure off you inside the clubhouse, that is a gift. There's a line shot. Boy, there's another good at bat by Jermaine down into the corner. So he will pull up at second with the one-out double. That's his 10th two-bagger.
And Jermaine reached up and rifled that ball into the corner. That ball looked like it probably was just up out of the zone. But if you can react to a fastball, no reason not to get it. That ball is a ball. But Jermaine saw a good piece of it. Osmus, you saw give him the sign that he wanted it up. Couldn't get it by him.
Well, that first at bat he had when he saw all those pitches and saw the breaking pitches, set up his second at bat when he almost homered, going deep into center field, and then that double right there. So here is Tommy, who twice is grounded to Castro. Takes it up high. 4-7-0 for the Dodgers, 2-3-0 for our Sox.
And the difference here is that Blake can't shift quite as radically because of Jermaine Dye at second base. So he's got to play not exactly a normal third, but he's off the line by 15 feet. Normally he would be almost straight away shortstop. So that creates a gap in the infield.
Remember the first game when Jermaine was out there and Casey was way back and he was
he just took off.
Jermaine after the game told me, he says, man, he said, that's the weirdest feeling I've ever had. It felt just weird.
He was on third base before the pitcher delivered the ball.
There's a strike, and I told him, I said, Jermaine, when you're running it, I was thinking to myself, I don't know if I could have done that. But I never did that in my whole career. Outfield there deep. A little deeper than normal. Turns the fan on and can't get it. 1-2 with Konerko on deck.
Osmus is going to want a fastball up and out of the zone. Jimmy's hoping he gets it thigh high and out over the plate because it's very inviting to left center field.
Stay on top of him, Jimmy. On top of him, buddy.
Creating eye level shifts. Threw one up, threw one down. You'd expect one up as Billingsley is at the 90 pitch mark.
Well, his chances of success are much better up there. And a full count. Ball 4, base hit, 25. Way outside, ball gets away from Osma, so Jermaine goes into third. And we have runners at the corners, one out, and here comes Paulie.
We'll see if Honeycutt wants to go to the mound and have a talk with his young right-hander, but this ball, I don't know what he was trying to do. It's an invent-a pitch. That ball just slipped off his fingers, and it is coming. Rick Honeycutt coming out. Goes as a pass ball, but that's on the pitcher.
No, that's bad. That's a wild pitch.
That's a wild pitch. First of all, he's not looking for the ball there. Second of all, it's way wide of the plate and moving away from him. So now with everybody on the mound, Paul Schreiber comes out. He wants to break it up. And the Sox have the game on the bases.
So here's Paulie, went out to right and homered, leading off last inning, his 12th of the season. Of course, with that home run by Konerko, the Alex Nelius family will donate $100 to White Sox charities for every Sox homer hit throughout the course of the season. That is number 82, so $8,200 donated by Alex Nelius in loving memory of Ursula. Make it number 83 right here, 14.
Real good stop by Osmus. Otherwise, it's a 4-3 game with Jim Thome in scoring position. 81% for Paulie with runner at third and less than 2 outs. He's been our most dependable run producer all year.
There's a strike. Billingsley, 6'1", 245 pounds. And a big pitch coming up, the 1-1. Ball hit hard down past Jermaine. And the edge goes to Billingsley. That strike zone on a 1-1 pitch, if it goes to the pitcher, your strike zone is increased at least a third. If it goes to the hitter, it decreases at least a third.
Belisario, the right-hander, Leach, the left-hander. Belisario out of Venezuela.
He gets him, and it's left up to AJ. Just the second strikeout for Billingsley. If you get a small, if the count is 2-1 versus 1-2, good chance he does not chase that pitch. That's why that 1-1 pitch outside of the first pitch is huge. AJ is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a grounder to third. And that's up high. Top of the 7th in Milwaukee, Minnesota, leading the Brew Crew 4-3. Detroit has defeated the Cubs 6-5. But right here we got trouble of our own. There's a strike, and the count evens at 1. And that's up high.
I would think one way or the other, this is going to be the last inning for Billingsley.
101 on a hot day.
Yeah, it looks to me this inning he's leaving a lot of pitches up higher than he would like and missing some of his spots. So it looks like he's starting to hit the wall. Maybe AJ can take advantage of it before he does.
And that's foul. Two on, two out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 4-2 Dodgers here in the 6th. Now AJ
cracked his bat, I believe, on the last swing.
Like it.
Yeah.
Gives Billingsley and Ausmus a little chance to have a little bonding.
Talk it over, what they want to do.
Short and quick, 12. Full count with Getz on deck. Ball 4 base hit. That ball hit high and deep. Stretch. Get on back there. At the wall. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. Yes. How about that for a birthday present? 3-run homer by AJ and the Sox lead 5-4.
AJ's 8th. RBI's 19, 20, and 21. And it appears that Billingsley did indeed hit the wall. AJ hit it over the wall. And from a 4-0 deficit, the Ford home run replay, this ball up in the zone. And the Sox have come clawing their way back to take the lead.
So here's Getz. Fouls that pitch back, and that will be out of play. A 5-4 White Sox lead on the 3-run homer by Pierzynski. Drops the hook on him in the count 0-2. Happy birthday, Ma. That ball hit hard but foul. AJ asked me last night, he says, "Now, can you say hello to my mom tomorrow and happy birthday?" I said, "Sure, but remind me, you know." I said, "I'll forget, AJ, remind me." Get to the ballpark, I got 2 texts on my.
He reminded you.
Then I saw him in the clubhouse. He said, "Don't forget. And watch out, that is hammered."
Well, the only reason right now that Joe Torre is leaving in Billingsley is, number one, he's the ace of their staff, and number two, with one more out, he can still qualify for a win if the Dodgers come back.
The damage is done. A double by Jermaine, a walk to Tomey. With 2 out, the 3-run homer by AJ. We'll go to the 7th, leading 5-4. The pitching was strong, led by Cy Young Award winner Early Wynn, and the offense personified by American League MVP Nellie Fox and stolen base leader Luis Aparicio, who finished second in that MVP. Let's go White Sox.
All through the season you will hear us sing, let's go White Sox.
Corners in close as Juan Pierre will lead it off here in the top of the 7th. He is 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch, scored, had a sacrifice bunt. And that evens a counted 1.
You can't walk Pierre in a situation where you've got a 1-run lead.
He's not going to walk him. He might hit his way on, but he's not going to walk him as he checks it up. Foul tipped, and the count 1-2.
Take that one all day long. Real good job so far by Carrasco, who came on in relief of Clayton Richard in the 5th inning.
And that's fouled away. Four 7-0 for them, 5-4-0 for us. There was an inventive pitch right there. Turned it way over, way outside as you look at Matt Thornton.
Scott Linebrink listening in the pen.
Double barrel activity. He hits his way on, line shot right back through the middle. Since Ramirez went down for the Dodgers in that 50-game suspension, Pierre has been superb.
Well, they got him for a big contract. 5 years, $45 million, $9 a year, and then when they got Manny, he became the most expensive bench player around. But he still has a lot of baseball left, and he's at his best when he gets to play center field, although they're forced to use him in left.
So here's Martin. He's 1 for 2. Russell was hit by a pitch in the 1st. Went out to right in the 4th and singled in the 5th. Pierre, 18 stolen bases in 23 attempts. Just tuning in, Dodgers with 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Sox with 2 in the 5th and 3 in the 6th.
Martin is one of the guys you can use a hit and run with.
Pitch out, nothing on.
Once you've thrown a pitch out, very rarely will you throw another one back to back. This is a good pitch to run.
Fouls it away. Well, I've only seen it done once and heard of it done twice.
Back to back?
To back.
3 times.
3 times.
One time you saw it work successfully.
No, the time I saw it, it was unsuccessful.
It was unsuccessful.
Don Buford was the runner from Baltimore. That's a little bit low, 2-1. And then somebody told me that Tony La Russa did it and was successful at it. On the 3rd one, they got him.
I'd be real surprised if they don't run with Pierre here. So if DJ is holding back his best move, this is a nice time for it.
Close
Just
right there.
missed him.
Real close.
See, he was going. Paul Nard on the call, and he got back in ahead of the tag.
So the leadoff man aboard and the wrong guy. Good speed in Juan Pierre.
One rolled right over the top of Pierre.
Yes, he goes. Carrasco with a quick move, persistence pays off.
For a right-hand pitcher, it's quick feet. And Joe is most unhappy with that one. The third time was the charm as DJ went over there 3 straight times. Joe is saying his hand got in there, and I think that Paul Nauert's going to tell him that the tag might have been on his butt before the hand got there. Right there. And it looked like he got him. Got him on the hip. And you saw Pierre with one little move towards second. That's all it took. That could turn out to be one of the biggest plays of the game. That throw is right there.
There's a 2-hopper. Alexei. Bad throw.
I don't know why,
he
decides to lollipop the ball over to first base. He's got as strong as arm as there is in the league. And every time he lollipops the ball, he'll throw it offline.
I mean, there's no reason for that. If there was a reason for it, that's one thing. There's no reason for it. Konerko has saved him a minimum of probably 10 to 12 errors this year because of the routine ground ball, the lollipop throw low in the dirt.
Well, first of all, Russell Martin can really run. I mean, Alexei was taking all kinds of time, but if you do that, then you have to throw with everything you have.
And there's a base hit. So here goes the tying run in the third now with 1 out. That's it.
Well, DJ's got the perfect guy to hit into a double play. Although we've seen in this series Casey Blake hit the ball pretty well the other way. Blake does not have good speed. He's grounded into 7 double plays. And the 8th would be welcome.
Well, he's going to try to stay inside of it. He's learned that in the experience as he takes the strike right there. You're much less prone to hit into a double play when you try to stay inside the ball. Nice block by AJ.
Well, a twofold block. That ball wasn't going to get away far enough for Martin to score, but he also throws Hudson at first base, keeping the double play in order. I don't know how AJ did it, because he went after it with the glove crooked to start with and then tried to bring the glove back, but he was able to smother it.
Big pitch. And that's foul, just foul. Just foul. Thank you very much.
This inning, Paul Nauert's had a busy time of it at first base. Blake inside outs again, and ball lands just on the right side of the line.
All right, you got a guy in this situation you know that's going to stay inside of it. What are you going to do?
I'm going to throw him away, because the easiest pitch to hit inside is the inside pitch.
Perfect. That's exactly right.
Hitters love the ball inside when they inside out and want to take it the other way.
Exactly right. AJ. As that is a foul ball. So the count hangs at 1-2, and a big out in this ball game right here. Take him right here, DJ. Good lead by Hudson. Good lead. Just got a piece of it on the breaking ball away.
I think Casey Blake just got a stitch of this one. It's very fortunate just to be able to stay alive.
That's a good job by the 35-year-old veteran. Another good lead, big lead by Hudson. And a count 2-2. DJ doing the right thing. Everything in his arsenal and his repertoire, and under the category of holding a runner on and close. Without forgetting about the hitter. Nice pick by AJ. Got the big swinging Matt Kemp on deck.
And you would think, if you believe that Blake will make any kind of contact, and he has today in his previous 2 at-bats, that you would send Hudson.
He's got the lead to go. There he goes. So the error by Ramirez crosses home plate, and this game is tied at 5.
.47 driven in by Blake, and he just stayed alive, fouled off some pretty good pitches, took some close pitches, finally got the job done.
So an unearned run crosses the plate, and here with Hudson at second is Kemp, who is 0 for 3. Breaking ball evidently went around the plate. 5-9-0 for them, 4-5-4, and a huge one for us. That's popped up right side, so another good job by Carrasco. Unfortunately, his defense let him down, and they have tied it up here at the 7th inning stretch.
game in the hands of the bullpen, and it's Ronald Belisario. ERA 2.14, 39 strikeouts, 17 walks in 42 innings. He has what's termed as a very nasty sinker, 95 with a lot of sink on it. Brad Ausmus, who caught some great pitchers during his time, a lot with Houston, says Belisario has the best sinker he's ever caught.
Wow.
That's some high praise. On for the 37th time.
Josh Fields will lead it off. Josh has just missed a home run, and he's walked and scored. All right, Blade. Jim Landis off that 1959 team. Center fielder, he could go get him. Josh didn't particularly care for that call. Pretty good pitch, though.
Like it was pretty much right there.
Yeah. A 5-5 tie. And that's out number one.
Belisario came to spring training, and he had some visa problems, so he got there late. A lot later than they would have liked, so they sent him down to the minor leagues. And after a while, with about 10 days to go, they had heard about this sinker, so they brought him back to pitch a game. And they looked at it. They had him pitch in another game. They looked at it again. And here he is having a wonderful year.
Boone Logan story, huh?
Similar. Except one of the guys was released with Tommy John surgery, and that's Belisario.
Dwayne Wise is 1 for 2 at a big RBI triple back in the 5th. And the count 2-0. You don't see many stories like that when they tell you, hey, son, go get your stuff from the minor league locker and bring it over here.
No, they weren't particularly happy with his arrival date.
That's into right field. 2 down.
But Ozzie was talking about seeing him throw, watching baseball out of Venezuela during the wintertime. He's watching this guy, and the guy's big, he's strong, he's watching the stuff. And he said, that guy's got something, which is as heavy a sinker as you'd want.
Here's Scotty Pods. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. Orioles had a guy that had about as heavy a sinker as you ever want to see. His name is Gene Brabender.
I remember him.
Oh, boy, it was like hitting a rock. That's foul ball. So the count 0-2.
Take another look at it, and that ball did indeed hit his knee while he was in the batter's box. Good call by Paul Schreiber. And now
Ed Rapuano wanted to have a little talk with Schreiber.
Well, he was clearly in the batter's box, so I am certainly hoping that they're not going to call him out for being hit out of the batter's box. Watch where he is. Ball hits him right there, and he's clearly in the box, and he's in the box by about a good 1.5 feet.
That's really not even close. Well, I like the idea that if there's any doubt, they're conferring with each other.
Well, they got the call right. And at the end of the day, that's all you really want to have happen.
Boy, they went for about 25 or 30 years there. No chance.
Nope.
And that is souvenir left side, just underneath the LG Skyline Club seats.
Well, the speed up on our board doesn't want Belisario to get too confident because they've got him at 63 and 64 the last two sinkers.
Trying to bring his confidence down.
I think so, yeah.
Well, that's one angle.
That one was 96, so that's closer to where he really does throw it.
I think 63 and 64 is Ausmus getting it back to him.
Could very probably give that at this time.
And once again, the 0-2. That's low.
Mark Loretta told me that occasionally when he's not playing, he'll go out and warm up Belisario between innings. Then he gets one of those 95ers that sinks and eats up the palm of his hand, and he asks himself, I'm 37. Why am I doing this?
There's a chopper. Hudson on the move. Little toss. And that's it. A 1-2-3 inning for the big right-hander. We'll go to the 8th. Tied at 5.
Seth Linebrink comes into the game on for the 28th time. The record 2-4. ERA 2.42. 11 walks, 24 strikeouts. And he'll have to go through a pretty tough hitter in Loretta. And then we'll see if Jones is left in the game to face him.
Loretta, 2 RBIs on a double. He also has another double as another outstanding job by DJ Carrasco.
Well, once again, he was able to do exactly what Ozzie wanted him to do, and he's done it whenever Ozzie's called upon him.
There's a strike, and also in DJ's outings, he has not had what you would call stellar defense behind him. And once again, it got him today. And there's the strike. So the count 1-2. That's the one area of our ball club that I'm really surprised at. It has been less than consistent and at best mediocre, and that's defense.
Well, we've made 52 errors this year. In comparison to the Dodgers, they've made 31.
And just think, with just an ordinary first baseman over there. Yeah, and without Konerko, we probably had been close to 70 errors.
He's done a good job of saving a lot of the infielders on low throws.
Josh. Big out, lead man. Andre Ethier is coming out. He's going to hit for Jones. Jones was 0 for 2 today.
Ethier hitting .262 overall, 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter. The Dodgers have 23 pinch hits in 85 at bats.
That's pretty good. Ethier 0 for 5 in this series.
I would say it's a pretty good number. It's not easy to come off that bench. And Loretta's their best pinch hitter, but he's in the game.
One out, 1-1 to count. To the 26-year-old outfielder who last year hit .305, 20 homers, and knocked in 77.
This guy, you just as soon keep it away from him. He is pretty strong. And he's a pretty good home run hitter.
And the count 3-1. With Osmus on deck.
Ethier, in fact, leads this Dodger team in home runs. Bear in mind, he's playing in one of the most difficult ballparks to hit it out of, and that's Dodger Stadium.
Not even close. Oh, the 1-out walk.
Ethier with decent speed, not a great base stealer. He stole 4, been caught 3 times. Don Cooper on the phone. He's thinking about Loney on the bench and the fact that they would not hesitate to pinch hit for Castro, who's due up next.
Osmus is 0 for 3. Five 9-0 for the Dodgers. 5-4-1 for our Sox. There's the strike. There's 2 home runs in the ball game, both of them coming from our side. Solo shot by Konerko leading off the 5th, and a big 3-run homer by AJ with 2 out in the bottom of the 6th.
Ramon Troncoso throwing in the bullpen for the Dodgers.
And the count 0-2.
Matt Thornton certainly is ready in the bullpen for the Sox. It's rough here for Call on deck, being a switch hitter, and the advantage of playing day game lineup after a night game is you have a lot of regulars sitting.
And that's low. Just did get a piece of it. Pitch on the outside corner. Sox with 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, overcoming a 4-0 lead. Dodgers 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and then they picked up that unearned run last inning. Foul tipped, yes he did. A.J. coming right up out of the chute. And he gets the call, so that is out number 2.
I don't think Paul Schreiber immediately recognized that it did indeed hit off the bat, but A.J. did. He turns right around and looks at Schreiber and said, that's strike 3 right there. Oh, that's obvious from that angle. Actually, you can't really see anything, but Osmus didn't argue, so.
So here's for a call. Minnesota now leading Milwaukee 6-3 late in that ball game. It's in the bottom of the 8th.
We haven't gotten a whole lot of help, as
we don't need any help.
Well,
we don't need it.
I'd like to see a little.
I would too. I don't want you to give me that 4-footer. I want to make it.
And I believe you can every time. So just for practice, I'll let you.
Dr. Payne on the horn.
I don't think that's a phone to the bullpen somehow.
Dahl can't get it in the count 0-2.
McCall is a better right-hander than a left-hander. One of the reasons why Thornton is not in and Linebrink is.
Outfield slightly to the left, spread out a little bit, just about equidistant. Maybe a small gap in right center. Bills back and well off the line at third. Harley. Guard that line a little bit. He gone. Good inning right there for Linebrink, even with the walk. So we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Ramirez, Dye, and Tomey. Town. The best coverage of the Crosstown Classic is on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
And some changes. Andre Ethier stays in the game in right field. Rafael Furcal will stay in the game at shortstop. And now Ramirez will have an opportunity to get on to represent the go-ahead and potential winning run.
Breaking ball strike. And you know he would like to atone for that error. Softly hit. Blake sucks it up, pirouettes. So he is now 0 for 4.
I think where the Dodgers have been very surprised with Casey Blake has not necessarily been his 300 average, although that's a pleasant surprise, but the fact that he's played just an outstanding third base. They said against the Angels he made 3 or 4 highlight reel plays. That was not an easy play he just made.
Here's Jermaine. Jermaine has walked, gone out deep to center, doubled, and scored. Take strike one. Wants now the big White Sox hello and happy birthday to a longtime Sox fan, Larry D'Amato. Dad of Frank is with us here in the booth. Happy birthday, Larry. That's foul back in the count 0-2.
Well, even with a good heavy sinker, it can be done. Belisario has given up 2 home runs this year.
Good 2-strike hitter. That ball in the gap. Nobody's going to get that one. That's going to go to the wall. So JD swinging that bat picks up his second 2-bagger. More importantly, the go-ahead run is second, and that'll bring up Tomey.
When you get 0-2 sinkers up, they're hit awfully hard, and the big break that Belisario got was that Jermaine didn't get under it because he hit it right on the nose. Jermaine just had a good series.
Jermaine is 7 for 11 in this series.
Well, he's also had just terrific at-bats on just about everything, and that's going to be it for Belisario.
And Jermaine doing it with the lumber and the leather. So Leach comes on in. We'll be back.
And put the Sox ahead with a 3-run bomb, his 8th of the year. That's our Dodge drive of the game. And Brent Leach comes in on for the 23rd time. He's 2-0. ERA pretty good at 3.38. He was recalled all the way from Double-A Chattanooga back on May 2nd. He was having a spectacular run at it. .69 ERA in 9 appearances. So tall left-handers who can get the ball over the plate are in short supply.
Out of Brandon, Mississippi. So he's on to pitch to Tomey. Jimmy 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Breaking ball. Big Jim lays off of it. Now
Joe West is talking about the rosin bag, I believe.
Being too far towards the top of the mound.
In the hitter's line of sight. That's what happens when you have an overstuffed bag.
Foul. And the count 1-1. We need you right here, 25. Ground ball to for call. And that's out number 2. So Anderson into third.
And Torrey's probably got a situation here where he has a choice. Choice is to walk Konerko and then go at left-handed AJ, or to bring in Troncoso from the bullpen. There's Ramon Troncoso. I got to believe it's going to be, well, that's what's going to happen. Looks like he's going to be walking Konerko and set up the lefty-lefty matchup.
Paulie, 1 for 3 in this ball game, cranked out his 12th homer. That was our first hit leading off the 5th inning off Billinger.
One thing to bear in mind, Leach has 3 wild pitches, although that one got away. You don't expect to see one here. I think that Osmus was a little surprised when he guided that one low.
He tried to knock that one down and step on it.
Well, here's where you do have to be heads up for a ball that gets by Osmus. He doesn't let a whole lot of them get by, but this guy's got a big enough breaking ball that winds up in the dirt enough where it's going to be a factor.
Well, you better believe that AJ has got that factored in. AJ 1 for 3, that big 3-run homer, his 8th, coming in the 6th.
Brian Anderson 90 feet away from scoring the go-ahead run.
His first pitch in this sequence is huge. And AJ gets the benefit. A 1-0 the count. This gets on deck. Outfield, straight up, spread out, they're deep. Now he's got the catbird seat. And now with the breaking ball right here, Stone Pony, it has a tendency to be more of a get-me over rather than a good sharp one, rather than having a 1-1 or an 0-1 count.
I think he's going to call a fastball away, and hopefully AJ can go that way if indeed it is in the zone.
Out, checks it up, fouls it off.
Yeah, there's a bad break because that would have been ball 3. Osmus wanted it low and away. He was set up out there, but the youngster got it up and in and got lucky because it hit the bat.
1 ball. Loretta now is going to go to the bag and get it. So the Sox threaten here in the bottom of the 8th. Cannot cross home plate. We'll go to the 9th, tied at 5.
For more details, Dwayne Wise moves over to right field as Brian Anderson stays in the game in center. And Matt Thornton comes in, throws a high fastball, 1-0 count on Juan Pierre. Thornton 4-2, 2.67 ERA after the 29th time.
There's a strike. So Pierre, who was 1 for 2 in this game, he also was hit by a pitch. He stole third and scored. Big hack, no contact.
This is going to be a good test because Pierre, very difficult man to strike out. Left-handers hitting .98 against Matt Thornton.
Post pitch didn't get it.
That one just missed.
And that one fouled back out of play. Has lined right to Scott Besedny. That's a hang whiffle right there for Juan Pierre. He's swinging the bat well. Doesn't have many hits to show for it in this series, but he is swinging the bat. He's dangerous for him.
He's getting his opportunity now to play every day and making the most of it in the absence of Manny Ramirez, because he knows that when Manny comes back, his playing time is cut by probably 80%.
Russell Martin takes ball 1. Where was that pitch?
I think Matt Thornton was a little unhappy with that particular call by Paul Schreiber. Watch it again. AJ sets up on the inner portion. Just below the letters, right down the middle.
And that's going foul. Thank you very much.
There's been a couple of very close ones that have gone on the other side of the line as far as we're concerned.
Big pitch. Now he throws it. And that's out number 2.
This is going to come into play today, most likely. The Dodgers 16-7 in one-run games and .667 baseball in games decided by 1 or 2 runs.
Well, those are states of mind. How you play in close ball games, whether it be a 1-run or a 2-run game, that's a state of mind. If you get in a good state of mind, you're going to wind up on top. If you don't, there's a strike on the outside corner. It's tough to win those games, and that's what it's all about at the major league level. Going to postseason is winning close ball games.
And the Sox would like to improve on their 6-12 in one-run games, but they're 6-3 in 2-run games.
Well, in our 1-run games this year, there have been 2 factors that really have been huge. First, base on balls. Second, defense.
And that will do you in.
That's why we're 6-12 in one-run ball games. Good pitch, ate him up. Josh, underneath. Nice inning. Easy inning for Matt Thornton. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Scheduled hitters are Getz, Fields, and Wise.
Pinch hit with Nix and face Troncoso, who's in the bullpen. At this point, he's gone with Leach against Getz.
Well, Leach is the only left-hander they've got. Now that pin. So here's Chris. He is 0 for 3 today. Takes first pitch strike. Now you got a battle in your hands, buddy. Now you got a battle on your hands. Checks it up. And the count 1-1. Fields on deck. Dwayne Wise in the hole. And the count 2 balls and a strike. Watch out.
That one just missed hitting him and putting the winning run on board. Leach at 93 miles an hour tries to heat him upstairs. Almost hit him.
Well, you don't want to go into extra innings with these guys based on their one-run.
Based on their history, no.
And also, we are 0-2 in extra innings. They're 6-1. And this ball 4, so the leadoff walk.
So again, some decisions for Ozzie as far as what he wants to do with Josh Fields.
Got Wise on deck.
Fields does have one sacrifice this year.
So we'll see. I know what I'd do.
I would bunt him, and you would let him what?
I'd give him one shot, and then I'd try to bunt him on the second. Broke it down again. That's what those tosses over there give Casey Blake and everybody else an idea of what Josh Fields is going to do. And also, now Joe Torre is out.
I think he probably goes out and gets Troncoso here, but we'll have to see.
Joe's made this trip a few times before in his future Hall of Fame career.
Well, he's managed 5 different teams. A lot of them very successful.
He's one of the best managers to ever sit on the bench, and he does not get the respect overall that he should, but he will down the road. Meanwhile, Leach gets to lead it off here in the bottom of the ninth. By all the great folks at Felco. There you see tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, it will be Lou Piniello's Cubs as they were swept by the Tigers. They're coming into town. Then it's off on the road for us, 3 in Cleveland, 4 in Kansas City, as you check out our Felco upcoming schedule.
And there's a look at the new Dodger pitcher, Ramon Troncoso. On for the 33rd time. He's been spectacular. ERA .220. Not a strikeout pitcher. And he inherits the winning run at first base. Josh Fields up. And the one man in this outfield you're going to run on consistently is Juan Pierre in left field. So that could come into play this inning.
Chris with just a pretty good lead. Decent. And unless you know the guy, what you'd like to do in the perfect world is just get a look at how fast his feet are. Long look in. Pitch out, nothing on.
That was almost thrown away by Troncoso. Gets 9 out of 10 in stolen bases this year. He's been our best base stealer. Doesn't have the most stolen bases, but he does have the best running percentage.
Well, if you can get anywhere near in your own mind Troncoso into a breaking ball or an off-speed pitch, Chris can probably steal it.
Without the pitch out, I don't think that Osmus would have thrown out a base runner today, but he got Pasednik on a pitch out in the third. Brad, at this point of his career, does not have a particularly strong arm.
There's the bunt. And it's a good one. So the sacrifice.
Well, that was almost a human sacrifice.
Yeah.
Turned out to be a very good sacrifice, but it was the get off me ball bunt. Watch it again. It looked like it almost went between his hands and he bunted it.
All right, so we got Wise at the plate, Pods on deck. No other left-handers when the Dodger pin. Wayne is 1 for 3, a big triple back in the 5th inning. Short and quick right here, buddy. Not too much. You don't have to do too much. You got good speed out there at second. High and wide.
Best arm in the outfield by far. Center field and Matt Kemp. Ethier, a good, solid arm, but not a great right fielder's arm in right.
Troncoso, 26-year-old right-hander out of the Dominican. And the count 2-0. That'll work. Now you can keyhole him a little bit. If he wants to make a good pitch on you, let him do it. You still just be 2-1.
Gets fastball whichever side you prefer, and don't swing at anything else.
And the count 3-0.
This is a pitcher run that shows you that he doesn't mind with first base open, and this run really meaningless if he puts Wise on base.
I'd give him a shot at it right here. What are you trying to get in the first place is a count. And that's a definite go around. So here's Scotty Pods. And here comes Heineken.
Troncoso has 4 wild pitches. That ties him for the staff lead in that department. One advantage that the Dodgers might have is that with Pasednik up, that means Pierre can play much more shallow in left field and not expose that arm quite as readily.
Well, we've seen Pods in the last couple of weeks hit some pretty good fly balls out there, pretty deep left field. Meanwhile, we don't need that. All we need is a little duck snort here, duck snort there. Come on, Scotty Pods, right man, right spot, right time.
Kind of surprising to me that Kemp, with the wind seemingly starting to blow in, is playing very deep in center.
That breaking ball misses down and in. Alexei Ramirez on deck. And the count 2-0. Now, Scotty Pods. You can be very, very choosy right here, big guy. Strike on the outside corner to Neves. Wow, what a pitch on 2-0.
Pretty good movement, and it's right there.
That is slap foul into the seats. So Troncoso back even in the count at 2. A lot of room in those gaps. That ball hit hard into center field. Kemper's back there, reaches up, makes the catch. And as it turns out, good thing he was playing deep. That ball was scalded by Scotty Potts.
He hit that ball awfully hard and kept on carrying, but Kemp was able to make the play. But on the play, Chris Getz moves to third base,
which has got to help Alexei out a little bit, you would think, especially on the first pitch.
Well, because if you throw a breaking ball, you can throw away the ball game on a curveball. And obviously Alexei is a dead first ball fastball hitter. That's what he's looking for. And Brad Ausmus looking over in the dugout. They're going to, at this point, concede second base. So the question is, with Brian Anderson on deck, he came in to pinch run for Jermaine Dye. Who would you rather have up? That's a question for actually both managers.
And also, you don't want, I wouldn't think the base is loaded with Troncoso. From what we've seen. Meanwhile, that pitch well inside. I don't understand with Loretta playing that deep, that far back, why you just don't go ahead and take the force off. Big hack, and the count evens at 1. So he got 2 fastballs in the first 2 pitches. And if he does get a breaking ball here, chances are it's going to be up a little bit.
We'll get a fastball in. They're going to try to bury it on his hands.
And they did.
Terrific movement on that one. And what they're doing in this at bat is pretty much inviting Alexei to get himself out of the strike zone.
Come on, Alexei. There goes Dwayne.
One fouled right off his foot, and I'm not sure why he waited that long either.
No, I mean,
because once he's established, once he's established that they're pitching to Ramirez, might as well take off. It's right off his knee. That's the right knee.
That's leather on bone right there.
Once he comes out to have a word with him, here comes Hermie.
Not a whole bunch of meat on those knees.
Oh, that's like a thoroughbred's legs.
All right, Alexei. Runners at the corners, 2 out, 1 and 2 to count. Now time is called. Thing's still barking. Now they're set. And there's a little jam job. And that is caught.
I don't know what Troncoso was thinking. He almost knocked it out of Loretta's glove.
So we will, as he ate Ramirez up with that fastball, go to extra innings.
27th time. Been a 90% closer, but this is not a safe situation. It's a tie game as we head into the top of the 10th. Right-handers have done very little with Bobby. So a good inning out of Linebrink. 2 2/3 very strong innings out of DJ Carrasco. Thornton came on for a spotless ninth. And now it's up to Bobby Jenks to saw his way through the middle of this order and give the Sox a chance in the bottom of the 10th.
He's got Blake, Kemp, and Loretta. So as we mentioned last inning, Dodgers have played 7 extra inning games this year. They have won 6 of them. We have played 2 and we have lost both of them. We are 6-12 in one-run games. They are 16-7 in one-run games. First ball, Hunting. Double clutch. Can't get it.
It's got to be E6. It's E6. You got some time with Blake. Just not that much time.
Well, the second error of the ball game. The first one cost that unrun, the 5th to cross the plate in the 7th inning. Wow. Here's Kemp.
Credit Blake for hustling flat out on what looked like a routine ground ball.
Fox with 2 errors yesterday, 2 errors today. Makes the bunt, takes the ball. "53 errors we have committed."
Kemp does not have a sacrifice this year. When that happens, you have a tendency to pop them straight up.
There's the strike. And the count evens at 1.
Looks like the Dodgers have Jonathan Broxton getting loosened up in the bullpen.
Big pitch right here. 1-1. Now the advantage goes to Bobby. Drop the hook on and grab some bench.
Kemp's fanned twice today. It'll be 3 with a good curveball. He's fanned 65 times to lead their staff. There's Jonathan Broxton, the hard-throwing closer.
Pretty good lead by Blake. There he goes. Casey Blake has stolen 2 bases this year, both of them coming in this ball game.
Bobby uses the high leg kick, the slow delivery, and even a guy without great speed able to go in without a play.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that pitch is fouled out of play right side. Come on, Bobby. Got to do some chunking right here, buddy.
You got to do something to get that adrenaline up, because most closers in non-save situations, even tie games late, it's just a different feeling.
He gone. 1 out.
Good fastball down and in. The third time today. Kemp swings over one. And the bottom fell out of that sinker.
So here's a tough customer right here, the 37-year-old veteran, Mark Loretta, who is 2 for 4, 2 RBIs, 2 doubles. He's going to stay inside of it, as he tries to right there, and the count 0-1.
Aaron Pareda throwing in the bullpen.
Out and around that one. Bobby staying in on him. So the count, 0-2. You might want to stay with the hard stuff with this guy, especially down.
He's going to be trying everything he can do to lift that ball out to right or right center field. He would prefer not to pull it.
Fouls that one back. So the count hangs at 0-2.
Bobby, for the moment, not giving him much of a chance as far as inside angle to swing, because that sinker is at the shoe tops inside. Pretty good numbers against Jenks a lifetime. Not many right-handers can say that.
And once again, the 0-2. He gone. 2 down.
Here comes Ethier with first base open. You've got Osmus up next. Good cut fastball. And they're going to walk Ethier.
To get to Loney.
And it's got to be Loney for Osmus.
He's out there.
Well, that's what it'll be.
Ethier has been to the plate one time. He pinch hit for Jones back in the 8th, and he walked. We can get out of this, or we don't. In our half of the 10th, scheduled hitters are Anderson, Tomey, and Konerko, with AJ being the 4th.
Loney is a pretty solid hitter. Overall 283, 49 driven in on 5 home runs. But because he plays every day, and he's played in every one of the Dodger games, this is just his second opportunity to pinch hit.
Well, he's 3 for 7 in this series with a homer and 2 RBIs. So Bobby Jenks trying to pitch out of this jam caused by the leadoff error. Inning should be over, but it's not. Five 9-0 for them, 5-5, and a big 2 for us. Loney looking for it, got it, fouls it back. That fastball at 94.
Runners in scoring position. Loney has been real good.
Well, Loney, 25 years old last year, drove in 90 runs. That's inside. Hit 289, 13 homers.
We'll talk about Don Mattingly. He believes that Loney will eventually hit between 20 and 25 home runs, but he always believes, because he uses the whole field, that he'll be able to drive in runs consistently, with or without the 25 home runs.
Ate him up. Matabatacola sucked up by Getz. And the inning is over, so Bobby pitches out of it, pitches over the leadoff era, and we'll go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 5. A.J. Ellis has moved in behind the plate.
Probably
Brad
the
Osmus.
only time that I've ever seen it. Two A.J.'s going head-to-head behind the plate in the same game.
A.J. Hinch and A.J. Pierzynski.
A.J. Hinch didn't play that much, did he?
Yeah, he never played.
I know he's managing a ball club now.
Yeah.
And I don't think A.J. Foyt ever caught.
He caught a lot of guys. And then ran over them. So here's Brian Anderson. Tomey on deck, Konerko in the hole with A.J. the fourth hitter. Brian went in to run for Jermaine Dye. Jermaine was 2 for 3 today, a couple of doubles. A run scored. In fact, Jermaine in this series 7 for 11. Big man gets heated up is exactly what we would need, as you see Dotel down in the pen.
Well, Ozzie used Bobby Jenks to buy 1 inning for his offense.
Well, with Ellis coming into the ball game now, the Dodgers are out of extras. And the 0-2 lays off a pretty good tantalizing curveball right there. Ryan hitting at 245, a couple of homers. He's driven in 9 as he can't lay off of that one.
I think this is the matchup that we've been waiting all day for, and that's Tomey against a guy that throws some sinkers. Looked like a knuckle curveball, and Ellis does a nice job of stopping it. Jim's been waiting for something thigh high and out away from him all afternoon. And Troncoso, with a moving fastball away from the left-handers, might be the guy.
Trying to get in on him. And he throws it right down the middle.
A lot of movement on it, but
He did have a lot of movement.
But Ellis wanted it inside, and that ball trailed back over the plate.
Thome 3 times has grounded the ball to the shortstop, playing on the first base side of second. In his other at bat, he walked and scored ahead of Pierzynski's 3-run homer. That back in the 6th inning. And that's inside. Come on, Big Jim. One time, buddy. And a good eye. 3-1. Jimmy's sitting on 553 home runs.
And your hitter paid to hit it out, and the best pitch to hit out that there is, a 3-1 pitch.
That's ball 4. He didn't want anything to do with Mr. Thome.
Well, the question is, representing the winning run, you can't leave Thome in the game, I don't believe.
Jason Nix is coming out to run for him. No, not when you brought Bobby in.
Oh, you bought yourself the 1 inning, and this is the inning where you have to make it happen.
So Jason, good speed. Jason, who played last night, went 1 for 3 with a big 3-run homer. He also is 3 for 3 in stolen bases.
There's those 4 wild pitches for Troncoso, and a guy behind the plate in Ellis who's not quite as good blocking low pitches as Brad Osmus.
So Jason, decent lead, and that pitch inside. AJ on deck, and Chris gets in the hole. Outfield about the same as they've been for everybody, with the exception of Scotty Pods. They're deep, spread out, and for the most part straight away. Pretty good, little bigger lead now. That's right, 1 hopper, and good job by Jason, but they still turn it over, and that'll retire the side. We'll go to the 11th, tied at 5. Starts with BMW Crosstown Classic pregame live. It's the White Sox and the Cubs tomorrow at 2 right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Octavio Dotel comes into this one, a 1-2, ERA 3.25, on for the 33rd time. There you look at the numbers. He is going to face the bottom part of the order before moving back to the top, and it leads off with for Cal, who was inserted into the 9th spot in the 8th inning.
All right, hold him right here and let AJ hit one out of here in the bottom of the 11th to win it. For Cal to lead it off. He's been to the plate one time and struck out. Fields in on the grass. As for Cal, trying to slap it right by him.
Well, he's got that same approach that Scotty uses on occasion, that Juan Pierre uses. He's trying to make that third baseman pay for being run in well on the grass.
Trying to do it again. And the count 0-2. Ozzie was really good at that.
Well, Furcal started it in Atlanta, and he used to just hit it right at the shortstop. And with his speed in those days, you couldn't throw him out. And I know Ozzie did it exceptionally well.
Tony Fernandez of the Blue Jays did it exceptionally well. Rod Carew going back in the Wayback Time machine. Rod Carew was really good at that. The 1-2 pitch.
It's a good thing he didn't swing at that. That one bounced up good 40 feet in the air.
He may have been on second
before that one came down. Joe throws the breaking ball. It's in front of the plate off AJ and goes straight up in the air.
And a full count. Come on, Octavio, no walks, buddy. That's what you call getting sawed off right there. Good play by Josh. Dig out. You're just tuning in. Dodgers led it 4-0. Going to the bottom of the 5th, Sox picked up 2. Leadoff homer by Canerco. Then a 2-out RBI triple by Dwayne Wise. Then in the 6th, with 2 out, 2 aboard, AJ came up, cranked out a 3-run homer. Sox led it 5-4. But then in the 7th, a big error by Alexei. As there's a chopper by Pierre. Chris has got it. Big error by Alexei allowed Russell Martin to get on base, come around, and score on a ground ball by Casey Blake, and that tied it at 5. So here's Martin. 1 for 4. Good strike on the outside corner. Oh yeah, if he gets that one over, he can be tough.
That's the one pitch that he's been missing. And when he throws it for a strike, as he did all spring, in the toughest place to throw a curveball, which is Arizona, guys just don't hit him very well.
He gone. Nice inning right there for OD. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Pierzynski gets and fields.
And there's a look at the conscious version of Don Cooper. And Jeff Weaver comes into this one. He's had 4 starts. This is his 8th trip out of the bullpen. 4-1 ERA, 371. A couple of weeks ago, he went head-to-head with his brother Jared in a start against the Angels, and the older brother actually beat the youngster. Weaver has a tendency to throw a flat breaking ball, and control has been a bit of an issue for him this year.
Well, if he beat his younger brother, who's got that terrific changeup, it'll tell you he's probably getting his breaking stuff over.
Did that day.
So here's AJ. Takes it high and wide. AJ 1 for 4, but it was a biggie. A 3-run homer for his mama, Mary Jane, on her 39th birthday. And that's inside 2-0. AJ has faced Weaver a lot. 39 at bats. He has 13 hits, 1 homer. That ball hit hard right at. Boy, that was a knuckler out there. That's a hang wolf'em for AJ.
We got a fastball up in the zone, and unfortunately hit it too hard. Rated Kemp in center field, and there's 1 out.
So here's Chris Getz. First time he has seen Weaver. He is 0 for 3 with a walk. Drops a breaking ball on him.
Now we've moved into the time of day where the hitters are immersed in the shadows, the pitchers in the bright sunlight, as well as most of the field.
Now the breaking ball, this one's down and in. Josh Fields on deck. The ball hit just foul. About a foot and a half. So a ball and 2 strikes to Getz. Cubs coming to town tomorrow. You saw on our Felco upcoming schedule. That's up high. Jose Contreras against Randy Wells. That game will be over WGN tomorrow. Saturday, Mark Burley against Ryan Dempster, and that game will be over Fox. On Sunday, Johnny Danks against Carlos Zambrano, and that game right back here on Comcast Sportsnet. Gets him upstairs. Chris is going to have to learn to lay off of.
High fastball ends in a strikeout. This could be premier Josh hitting speed if Weaver gets careless.
Little crossfire, catches a strike on the outer half.
Well, he moved well to the third base side to deliver that one.
Josh is 0 for 2 with a walk, sacrifice bunt, and a run scored. That's well outside. Boy, when Weaver first came up, he looked like he was going to be another Jim Bunning. A 20-game winner.
Number 1 draft choice. So was his brother.
Another crossfire, and that one on the out, misses the outside corner. But he was so aggressive. I mean, he was knocking everybody down, pitching inside, drilling guys, winning. 2-1. Guys buckled a little bit on that one. And he got going back towards third base. Which is nothing wrong with that if you keep that left shoulder closed.
And if the pitcher misses and runs it in, right into your sweet spot, Ellis wants him to throw it away.
2-2 pitch. That was easy, didn't take long. And we'll go to the 12th.
Hudson has had a very good day, and he's the guy who's going to lead it off. He's had 3 singles, a couple of runs batted in, a run scored. And he's the big first out here in the 12th.
First out is always huge, as there is strike 1. Hudson hitting at 313, 5 homers, 41 knocked in. Can't get it up there. And the count 0-2.
The bullpen to this point has been spectacular. DJ Carrasco for 2 2/3, 1 unearned run. Line Brink, an inning, no hits, no runs. Thornton, perfect inning. Jenks, perfect inning, and now Dotel.
That's into left field. Pods, he's there. One out. And here is Casey Blake. He is 1 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored.
And on the Dodgers side of the equation, their bullpen, which has been one of their strengths, also spotless through Belisario, Leach, Troncoso, and now Weaver.
Blake changing his play right there just a little bit, trying to get out and around and hook that one. Why not?
Well, this is a time when you're second on the team in home runs where you're thinking about getting one out.
Why not? Nice breaking ball right there, and the count 0-2.
To this point, and obviously we can't look too far ahead, this is the best breaking ball that Octavio has had in some time.
In weeks.
Yeah.
The ball and 2 strikes to Casey Blake. High into left center field. That's a can of corn. 2 down. For our guys in the bottom of the 12th, Wise, and back to the top of the order with Scotty Pines and Ramirez.
That should get it done. The visibility will be a whole lot better than it was last inning because it's starting to cloud up a bit. It's better visibility than sunshine and overcast.
Got to get this guy. This guy is dangerous. Matt Kemp. He's 0 for 5, 3 strikeouts. Hit one deep into right field. Ball just kept going and going. Jermaine kept drifting back. Finally, 2 guys on. Jermaine jumped up. If he hadn't have caught the ball, it'd been out of the ballpark.
Another factor, if he gets on, he's going to steal. As he swiped 18 but caught just 3 times, that's a big part of his arsenal.
That's low and away. Beautiful day here in the beautiful city. As that's just off the outside corner. Mark Loretto on deck.
Problem with walking Kemp is you're throwing a double. There's a perfect pitch. AJ wanted it outside, and Dotel threw it right to the glove.
Octavio just filled it up right there. And the payoff. He gone. Nice inning. 1, 2, 3 for OD. And we'll go to the bottom of the 12th. Inning. Just missing a home run. A couple of feet. Dead away center field.
Normally Weaver will have more problems with left-handers. A lot of right-handers do that, but because Weaver does throw low 3/4, most of the left-handers can see the ball fairly well. And now once again the clouds have somewhat dispersed, and we still have some sunshine in the middle of the diamond.
Blake at the cut of the grass at third. Fakes the bunt, takes the strike. Loretta, a couple steps off the line at first, and he's in close. Outfield spread out slightly to the left. Big rip in the count 0-2. Rubber match of this 3-game set. Dodgers took the opener 5-2 behind Haruki Kuroda, who was just really outstanding. That's up high, and then last night, Gavin Floyd just busted his behind out there. Started off rough, came back, kept us in it. We were trailing 3-0. Check that, 3-1. Came back and won it 10-7 with 6 home runs. And that's chop foul.
Loretta, knowing that Weaver does throw a lot of off-speed stuff, is very close to the line and deep at first.
That's high and wide. 2-2. Big 6'7" right-hander. Taking too much time for D. Wise. That's high in the left field. Juan Pierre trying to shade his eyes from the sun. Makes the catch out number 1.
Looked like at first he had some problems with it. He played a long time in Miami, and if you don't miss him down there, you're certainly not going to miss him here.
One thing about Miami, though, you don't have too many high skies down there. Not that we have one here. You always got clouds down there in Miami.
There's no doubt.
To this day, still the toughest place I've ever seen to play center field. Tep Park in Tucson. That was eerie almost.
Well, when you come down south to play anywhere in Arizona in the outfield, and you're not used to, number one, the carry on the baseball, but also the winds and the sky, you see some really good outfielders look very bad in spring training.
The only outfield I've ever seen Junior ever look just like a raw rank rookie in. There's a strike. 88-mile-an-hour fastball. And the count 2-1. Come on, Scotty Pies, get on. He will. Breaking ball, so good speed aboard.
That time Weaver went to the curveball, and the problem when he throws it to left-handers, it doesn't go down very much. It stays on the same plane. And because they're playing Posednik as an off-field hitter, he moves up and drives the ball through the right side. So there's the winning run.
And here's Ramirez. He's had a tough day. Couple errors and 0 for 5 at the plate. That error back in the 7th led to the unearned run to tie the ball game at 5. First and 30, Alexi. Outfield straight up, spread out, and they're deep. Takes it right there. That might be the best one he gets in this whole sequence.
Ellis keeps looking over into the dugout to see what most likely Rick Honeycutt would think about this situation and what to use.
Well, if it's not Honeycutt, it's Nick Strafford. One out, and the 0-1. Backhanded by Furcal. Now the long throw, not in time. So the infield single. We got a little something going here with 1 out, 2 on.
The speed of Posednik got him in at second base, and it made Furcal not even think about going to second with that one. He's got a strong arm, but not as strong as it was before he had some arm problems. He tries a jump pass almost, which, except for the speed of Ramirez, might have gotten a few guys in this league, just not this one.
So Brian Anderson. Brian's been to the plate one time and struck out. Jason Nix on deck. So we got to stay out of the double play here. So we got 2 pops at it. Takes it right there. A lot of movement on that sinker. Come on, Brian. One time, buddy. You can do it. Ground ball right side, Loretta. He's going to step on first base. So 2 out now, and that'll bring up Jason Nix.
Nix came on a pinch run for Tomey back in the 10th inning. So he fills his spot in the batting order with a chance to win the game.
Right man, right spot, right time right now. And Echo on deck, so they're going to give him something probably pretty good to hit. Why not the first pitch? He's looking for it.
Big sweeping breaking ball.
Yeah.
When you're looking fastball, those are the kind of swings you get. Sidearm sweeper. Just keeps on going.
If it flattened out, it'd have been all right, but it didn't. Way outside, not even accounted 1. Probably come back with 1 more sweeper. See what happens on the 1-1. Nice and easy, 5. Fouls it back. It was a breaking ball, but not the big sweeper. It flattened out on him a little bit.
Got a break there because that was hittable, and I think Ellis is probably telling him if you're going to throw it with conviction. And he's probably telling him you got a real young hitter. You can probably go out of the zone. I'm just hoping he tries to sneak a fastball by him.
Scotty Pods at third base. And that's up and in, 2-2. Straight up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the 2-2. Good job by Jason just to fight it off, stay alive. Got to get a little sense of control right here. Mr. Nix. Broken bat. That's a fair ball. Long throw in time, and they just do get him. So a nice play by Casey Blake with Nick's good speed. And we'll go to the 13th.
The bullpen has been spectacular today for both sides.
Mark Loretta will lead it off for the Dodgers. Andre Ethier on deck.
And I believe Ellis is put into that spot.
Ellis is in the hole.
With no at-bats this year. Paul Schreiber noticing that it was raining a touch. Maybe he would like the lights turned on to get a little visibility around home plate.
I think that's what Joe West came in to ask them to do, turn on the lights.
Be more than happy to when the inning's over. No, actually, you got to start it now.
First pitch from Aaron. First pitch strike to Loretta, who's 2 for 5. 2-run double in the 4th, double in the 6th. He now has 14 RBIs on the season. One and one to count. And just tuning in, Dodgers led it 4-0. 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Sox with 2 in the 5th and 3 in the 6th. The Dodgers picked up that unearned run in the 7th to tie the ball game.
And the defense is a no doubles defense with Fields right on the line at third. Konerko right on the line at first.
And a tremendous gap out there. You could hit that fairway.
Maybe. I could maybe slice it into that.
He gone.
Looked like a real good straight change, and Pareda, along with his slider, if he gets this one over consistently, it's pretty good. Now that ball was the off-speed breaking ball, and he buried it down and in to Mark Loretta. Pretty good hitter.
So the 10th strikeout for Sox pitching, and here's Ethier. He's been to the plate twice. He has walked twice, once intentionally. Cannot check it up. Five 9-0 for the Dodgers. 5-7-2 for our Sox. Same thing. Blueprint.
Right now, the visibility much to the benefit of Aaron Pareda. Take advantage of with a good hard slider here.
AJ moving out. And that's up. He gone. Yeah.
It was 94 and right by him before he could pull the trigger. Aaron has a big fastball and he'll throw it harder than this. Watch when it gets to AJ's glove. Just a little before the swing.
So here's Ellis. Takes that pitch down low. For our guys in the bottom of the 13th. Konerko, Pierzynski, and Getz. Chops it foul. Ellis, 27 years old, out of Cape Girardeau, now lives in Lexington, Kentucky.
Ellis is a big guy, 6'3", 240. Normally doesn't have a whole lot of power.
Goes through that one. He had 8 home runs for Jacksonville in 07. Coming into this year in 6 years, hit 17 home runs total.
And that's in the lively ball era.
At least. Close, close. Laid off down in the end, full count. That's the man you want right here. That's into center field. Can of corn for Brian Anderson. Nice inning right there from Pareda. 1, 2, 3. A couple of strikeouts. And we'll go to the bottom of the 13th. Then last night 10-7 Sox with 6 home runs in that ball game, most they've had since 04. So Paul Konerko to lead things off for us. He'll be followed by A.J. Pierzynski and then Chris Getz. Big, tall, lanky Jeff Weaver.
We've got one more reliever. That's Jimmy Gobble. The advantage that Torrey has is that he's got a starting pitcher out there in Weaver who just happens to be working out of the bullpen, so he can get some innings out of him. But this is the lucky 13.
I like your thinking. So here's Paulie. Paulie's had a tough time against Weaver. Takes that pitch nicely.
I like to say the visibility stay right here, overcast, so that there are no shadows around home plate.
Paulie is 6 for 30 lifetime against Weaver. And of the 6 hits, 4 of them have stayed in the park. There's the strike to even the count at 1. Two home runs in a ball game, one by Konerko and one by A.J. Pierzynski. 3-run blast by A.J. to put us on top 5-4. That pitch is inside. So the count 2-1. Outfield, they're deep. Spread out, straight up. Little crossfire action. Spun up. Spun a little slider up there.
That was a non-breaking breaking pitch.
Paul supposed to back up, just spinning.
he was looking for the break. Didn't get it.
And the 2-2. Foul straight back, just above us. In case you're just tuning in, these uniforms represent the 1959 World Series bound White Sox, where they got beat by the Dodgers. That ball is hammered hard but foul.
59 Sox must have played a lot of games like this because they didn't score a lot of runs.
No, they had some good pitching and they had some good defense. They had the MVP at second base, Nelson Fox,
and the Cy Young Award winner,
an early win, and they had the guy who finished second in the MVP and also led the league in stolen bases at shortstop in Louis Aparicio. That's into center field. Bad read by Kemp, but that speed, no, you cannot come up with it, so leadoff man aboard.
He misread that ball because normally he'd be able to make that play. He froze as soon as that ball went out there, and then even his great speed, and it's called makeup speed when you make a mistake, he wasn't able to make it up. You see the tail end, but this one started at the beginning, and that ball comes loose. And unlike football, the ground can cause a fumble. So Paul will leave. His base hit represents the winning run.
Couldn't hold on to it. Got there and just could not, as here's A.J. So Gordon, Beckham. Gordon's going to run for him. A.J. a little upset at himself right there. A.J. that big 3-run homer. Gap out there in right center. Beckham, decent lead at first. There's a shot. That's a base hit. Gordon making the turn. He's into third base. They're going to hold him now as Ethier gets to it So runners at the corners, nobody out here in the bottom of the 13th on a big base hit by Pierzynski.
Now his run doesn't mean anything, but he should be standing at second base, because as they lined up for the relay, Cal came over and there was nobody close to second except for Joe West. But this is a line drive rocket into the corner. It sends Beckham all the way to third. There's nobody out. It forces both the infield and the outfield in.
Man, that was a heck of a play by Ethier.
If he doesn't get to it and handle it cleanly, the ball game's over.
Yeah. Wrap it up and send it to Cooperstown. So they're going to put Getz on to load him up to get to Josh Fields, Dwayne Wise in the hole. So the bad read by Kemp allows Konerko to reach, and then a big base hit by AJ.
AJ didn't know it was ball 4. He ran off the bag and then thought, wait a second, and ran back to the bag. Now he goes on to the next bag.
Well, he started off, he thought it was ball 4, and then all of a sudden, wait a minute.
Well, that's because Getz was standing in the batter's box. What he was doing is taking off his shin guard.
So for the first time in this series, the Dodger outfield's going to play shallow.
Real shallow. And Juan Pierre might be too deep to throw out Beckham from where he is.
So we need Josh Fields to make some contact. He is 0 for 3 with a walk and a sacrifice bunt, also a couple of strikeouts. Way outside and right here. When you get a guy who will crossfire you like Weaver, if he hangs one inside, not a bad time to take one for the club.
Best at it I ever saw was Craig Biggio.
Might be the best that ever lived.
Sometimes he was hanging over the outside corner to get hit.
And that's upstairs. 2-0. Weaver wanted that one. Looks in. Says, where was it?
Take another look. Fastball. Old Schreiber said it was up high.
Keyhole him right here, 7. Short and quick. No, you don't need big swing. All you need is a little short and quick. Right there. And the count 2-1. That's lined right at him. So the defensive play.
And that's just a base running mistake at third base.
Well, he wasn't going to score. He wasn't going to try to score anyway.
But I think, Hawk, you got to make him make a throw.
Well,
tag
that's
up,
different.
Tag,
he wasn't going to score on
but
that.
Take up, tag up, make him take a couple of quick steps and have Kemp come up firing, because then you never know where the baseball goes.
That's true. But I'm saying he wasn't going to score.
No.
And he wasn't going to attempt it, but if you make him so, fine.
Yeah, this is.
He's playing Roman shortstop right there.
No question.
So here is Wise. Takes that inside. Just like an inter-squad game right here, D. Wayne. Just like an inter-squad game. Situation, that's it. That probably will not either, as he is going to make the catch. Here comes Becker. Nope, he stops. And a good thing that he did, because even though the throw was off the mark, they could have come back and got him.
Wisely, Ethier decides to defer to Kemp, who's got the big arm, and this ball up in the air. This time Gordon does go back. Makes Kemp throw it, and it is well offline.
So it's up to Scotty Pods. As he takes up high ball 1. A pop-up by Dwayne. The line drive right at Kemp by Josh Fields. And the count 2-0.
Last time, Pierzynski against Weaver got a curveball and drove it through the right side.
Don't want to help him out, but you still have to be ready to get after it. And there's the strike. Okay, go. Come on, Pods. Two and two the count.
Fastball moving away, threw it right by him.
That's into center field. Here comes Kemp. Ball game is over. This ball game is over. Yes. Hell yes. Scotty Pods with a base hit. Sox win it 6-5.
He didn't know where to go. He wanted somebody to congratulate me.
He knew one thing. He didn't want to be caught by him. He was running all over the ball. Trying to stay away from him.
Well, long way to go in this one, but a great ending. And watch the reaction of Kemp. And he knows that the ball he couldn't get to and misjudged leading off the inning by Paul Konerko was the one that did them in. The first major league win for Aaron Pareda.
What a job by our bullpen today.
The bullpen was spectacular. 1 unearned run through Carrasco, Linebrink, Thornton, Jenks, Dotel, and then Pareda. And in the end, coming back from 4-0 down, what a job.
And right now, it's time for our Lexus Pursuing Perfection Player of the Game. It is Scotty Pierzynski, Scotty Pods with that key 2-out base hit. That's your Lexus Pursuing Perfection Player of the Game. That'll get it done. So for my partner, former Cy Young Award winner, Steve Stone. For our Hall of Fame director, Jim Angio. For our producer today, the mayor, Mean Joe Grube. Our associate producer, Dave Ross. Also our stage